Jordan Sheridan, live Sunday, January 13th. And this is the Status Coup Super Duper 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 Chat / GoFundMe Marathon. Can I get an amen to that? So, obviously, we're here every single Sunday for you, starting at noon Eastern. Last Sunday, what did I do? I think I did 7 hours last Sunday. I will not be doing 7 hours this Sunday. I have a family thing to go to this evening, and I am very, very excited to report to you a momentous occasion in my family, but I can't explain it right now. But I will explain it to you tonight. A very momentous occasion for my family is happening that I have to attend. My mother said, I don't care about your live stream. Make sure you're there on time. Make sure you're there on time. Okay? So, anyway, Patrick Scarpati getting us started in the super chat. $2. Can always rely on Patrick up in New Hampshire. Thank you, Patrick. Hope you're not as cold as we are here. As usual, I beg of you. Unfortunately, I'm already seeing it. That we're a little more suppressed than usual today. So, smash that like button. Smash it like Nancy Pelosi telling you we have to pay as you go. Smash it like Hillary Clinton saying Medicare for all will never, ever, ever come to pass. Smash it like Donald Trump trying to ask you to go back to his hotel room. Well, that one's kind of gross and scary. Smash that like button. We got 87 viewers, but only 56 liking. So, what are you doing? We need more likes. The more people that like this live stream, the more people that will see it. Become a Status Coup member, statuscoup.com/join. I should tell him to add the /join. You can become a member as low as $5 a month. You can become a member as low as $10 a month. We are now up to 113 members through our site. So we will definitely, I'm going to give you a further update on membership a little bit later. Here's the link to become a member, statuscoup.com/join. And I just uploaded before we went live a longer 13-minute teaser to the upcoming Flushing of Flint documentary. So members could go right now to statuscoup.com/join, become a member, and you could watch that 13-minute teaser to the Flushing of Flint documentary. Don't forget to follow us at Status Coup on the Twitter. Can you retweet us? I have a special guest that will be joining us soon. Exhausted 11. Sorry I was a little late, Jordan. Well, I was a little late too. You know how hard it is to get this live stream together with basically no time to do it? But thank you for coming. Late is better than never. Subscribe to our podcast. There's the link, bit.ly/Status Coup podcast. And you could go to the evil empire themselves, facebook.com/Status Coup, and press the like button. Now, just to give you an update, obviously we're fundraising not just for our health, but to grow this company so we don't have to ever ask evil plutocrats for money. We're at $37,724. Let me mark that down so we know how much we raised. $37,724. So our goal for the end of this month is $45,000. I think we can get there, but we're going to have to start doing some heavy lifting today. Thank you to the 621 people that have donated so far. Ty and I are going to be hitting the road soon, which I'll get into later. Again, $37,724. Of course, I don't want to tell you what to do, but if it's not too much of a trouble, we appreciate you contributing to GoFundMe before Super Chat. Unfortunately, YouTube, in addition to suppressing independent media, likes to hold on. YouTube, whatever you're doing with audio, it sounds great. Sound is very low. Hold on. Can you hear me? 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 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Let me know how my audio is. If you could hear me, if you could see me, if you say nothing, I assume yes, you could hear me. Great. So if you don't mind, if Super Chat is better for you, no problem. But we do really appreciate GoFundMe more so than Super Chat, because in addition to suppressing independent media, YouTube is taking 30% of our Super Chat donations. So what I have to say to that, YouTube, and let's just demonetize this off the top, fuck you, YouTube. You are not entitled to 30% of Status Quo's earnings from the hard-working men and women of this Super Chat. So I'm already demonetized. What can I tell you? But before we start, and let's get that GoFundMe going, and hopefully our guest in person will motivate you to donate. Before we get to Tulsi Gabbard's announcement, I want to introduce you to an old friend of ours here at Status Quo. Let's get you in here, and you're going to have to speak loud. Whoa, back from the dead. Jennifer Dyes, the president of Status Quo, the co-founder of Status Quo. My microphone is broken, so you're going to have to talk louder than you normally would. Let the people know what's going on, where you've been, where you're going, and how amazing I am to have grown Status Quo membership so high while you've been away. The people have been asking me, where is Jen? What's going on?
Hi, everyone.
Talk loud. We don't have a mic.
I know. Hi, everyone. I have not been feeling well, but I hopefully will feel better soon.
So if you didn't hear her, because she's talking very quietly, she's been feeling a little under the weather. So she's been dealing with that, and we definitely want to give Jen time to get better. So feeling a little under the weather, as we all do sometimes, but you will be back in full force soon enough.
Oh my gosh. So ASMR, I listened to for the first time a couple weeks ago, and that terrifies me. No, not migraines.
Don't give her the Spanish Inquisition. She'll tell you what she wants to tell you, but hasn't been feeling well. However,
no. So it's not anything like I'm not dying, but I'm not feeling well.
Yes.
My equilibrium is messed up too.
Your equilibrium is messed up.
Mm-hmm.
I think my equilibrium has been messed up since 1986, actually, when I came out of the womb. But you have been following our growth, both in membership, GoFundMe. What are your thoughts on the audience has gone up, the subscribers have gone up, membership has gone up?
I'm very excited about the audience and membership, and I missed you all. You're right, I'm sugar.
A baby?
No. No way.
No baby.
No.
Is Jen Jordan's girlfriend? Hell no.
ASMR, yeah, never.
What's ASMR?
It's like those, you make weird sounds up to the microphone.
Okay.
Like.
Okay. But as in anything in life, most, especially corporate media, they'd be up your ass if you had to go deal with some health things for a long time.
Yeah.
But here we say we need our people here at Status Quo happy and healthy. So Jen's going to focus on getting better and be back soon enough. What do you say?
Whisper.
Oh, whisper. So you'll be back a little bit later to talk about one Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Okay.
All right.
I will.
Get lost.
Super quiet.
All right. So, wanted to show you she's alive and well, and, alive. And she'll be back soon enough. Now, big announcement. Running for president over the weekend. So let's show you Tulsi Gabbard's big announcement here.
There's some common sense ideas like this, technology innovation or whatever, but it's hard to get them done with the existing arrangement. Are you going to run for president of the United States and do something about it? Do you think you should? Do you think you should? Are you going to run?
I have decided to run and will be making a formal announcement within the next week.
Whoa.
So she was on with CNN's Van Jones last night saying she has decided to run and will be making a formal announcement this week. Status Quo does have a mic, but the mic is broken, and I have ordered a new mic. So I'm going to talk as loud as possible, and hopefully you could hear me. If the audio is a problem, let me know, but I have it jacked up all the way, so hopefully you could hear me. Now, there's a lot to love about Tulsi Gabbard, and then there's things to be concerned about. So I'm going to give you the good, the bad, and as much as I can. And hold on, I'm trying to see. You know what? Sound is fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. So Tulsi Gabbard, she's been a member of Congress representing Hawaii, I think since 2012. And she has really come on the national scene over the last 2-3 years. She was the Democratic National Committee's vice chairwoman. And obviously, infamously, she quit because they were essentially rigging the primary against Bernie Sanders, and then became one of Bernie Sanders' top campaign supporters. She is known, she's definitely not known as nationally as Bernie Sanders, but she is known as one of the leading progressives in Congress. She's also the first, I believe, the first Indian American that was elected to Congress. She's of Indian heritage from Hawaii, and she definitely has a lot of progressive bona fides. She's for Medicare for all. She was one of the first people to sign on to Medicare for all after Bernie Sanders pushed it. She's for free public college. She's for ending private prisons. She's for a Green New Deal, and that taking aggressive stances against climate change. She's also, to me, very, very. Oh, excuse me. Tulsi isn't Indian, Jordan. She's American Samoan. Okay. Well, most of what I've read has referred to her as an Indian American, but thank you for correcting me. So she also, to me, has been more aggressive as far as ending America's never-ending military engagements and military adventurism all over the world. She's been more progressive and more to the left, I would say, of Bernie Sanders. So there's a lot to like. Let me show you one clip where Tulsi Gabbard pushed forward and ending, basically a bill that set the Stop Arming Terrorists bill. So this gives you a little bit of a taste of where she's coming from as far as being, to me, currently, as far as those who are running, the most progressive and the most left as far as the never-ending military-industrial complex. Here's Tulsi.
The American people have felt directly the cost of our nation's interventionist wars, a cost borne by our nation's sons and daughters who've served, and by communities and people in every part of this country. We've spent trillions of dollars on regime change wars in the Middle East, while communities like mine in Hawaii face a severe lack of affordable housing, aging infrastructure, the need to invest in education, healthcare, and so much more. Our limited resources should go toward rebuilding our communities here at home, not fueling more counterproductive regime change wars abroad. I've introduced the Stop Arming Terrorists Act, legislation that would stop our government from using taxpayer dollars to directly or indirectly support groups who are allied with and supporting terrorist groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda in their war to overthrow the Syrian government. The fact that our resources are being used to strengthen the very terrorist groups and stop this madness. I yield back.
So that's Tulsi Gabbard. She was trying to get the United States to stop helping and to stop arming Saudi Arabia in its, I mean, what do you call it? Other than genocide of Yemen. So these are very, very important policy positions that she's putting out there that, frankly, you're not going to hear on the Democratic debate stage other than Bernie Sanders and Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard is way more progressive on foreign policy and ending these never-ending wars and the military-industrial complex than Elizabeth Warren is, per se. Here's another clip, courtesy of Max Blumenthal, who put out a lot of short clips of Tulsi Gabbard that show you her position on essentially never-ending war, which I think is really, really, really where we need to go, the direction we need to take as far as ending the military-industrial complex. Here we go. And, essentially pushing our spread democracy around the world, it's essentially for regime change to insert equally brutal dictators that are just more friendly to our foreign policy. Here we go.
Who dump a lot of money into the United States.
So there you go. That is her on essentially us continually parading around the world, trying to spread our holy democracy and essentially making the situation worse all around the world. So I love that kind of talk. And you are never, ever going to hear from corporate establishment Democrats. You ain't going to hear it from Kamala Harris. Certainly not going to hear it from Cory Booker, Kirsten Gillibrand, Joe Biden, Beto O'Rourke. You're not going to hear it from any of these people. You will hear it to a certain extent from Bernie Sanders, but the difference is propaganda. I have an interview on Justin Trudeau arresting natives on their land this afternoon on this live stream, so stay tuned. But you are going to hear it from Tulsi Gabbard. I also think why Tulsi Gabbard is going to be such a powerful person on that debate stage, a powerful person as far as getting more talk of ending the never-ending wars, on explaining why it is we have terrorism. She served three tours as a soldier in Iraq and Afghanistan. She has been there as I think she was a nurse, a medic. So she's not just, she's not Lindsey Graham, like one of these chicken hawks who sends men and women to go die without ever serving themselves. And, all of these neocons, both in the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, she's been there. She is a war veteran. She has been on the front lines. So she knows what it is to go and fight and risk your life. And I think that's powerful to actually have a presidential candidate who's recently been there and could talk about the havoc that we are putting on soldiers' families, veteran suicide, somebody not like Trump who gave lip service to the veterans, an actual veteran. So I think this is super important. And remember, we need more likes. The more people who press that like button, the more people that will see this live stream. So we got 202 people watching and only 104 likes. So smash the like button. Smash it. Smash it into smithereens. More likes equals more views. And we want to get the truth about Tulsi out because the corporate media is already attacking her like nobody's business. So like the button so we can get more viewers. Now, I've given you the good. I've given you, I personally think, one of the best parts about Tulsi Gabbard, before I get to some of the things that are concerning, one of the best things about Tulsi Gabbard is Tulsi Gabbard, like Bernie Sanders being in the 2016 presidential campaign, his mere presence, his policy arguments, his ability to make the case has moved the needle so far as Medicare for all, as far as free public college, as far as all these things. I mean, when you look at the polls, when it comes to all of these things that Bernie championed, they were not at these numbers. You did not see these numbers before Bernie Sanders entered the presidential race in 2016. You got 70% want Medicare for all. Thank Bernie Sanders for that. 60% want free public college. Thank Bernie Sanders for moving the needle of that. 58% want the $15 minimum wage. Thank Bernie Sanders, and of course, the fight for 15 for that. 72% want Social Security expanded. He was the only candidate talking about that in 2016. 57% want to break up the big banks. As far as I know, only candidate talking about that in 2016. Hillary Clinton, of course, had her public and private positions when it came to the big banks. 64% want to legalize marijuana. That wasn't a big thing as far as Bernie Sanders. And of course, the jobs guarantee he has pushed at 65%. So what Bernie has done to a lot of these domestic issues, which, by the way, Tulsi Gabbard is in lockstep with the majority of those positions. I think Tulsi Gabbard could really, 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 for the first time, other than Ron Paul, maybe Rand Paul to a lesser extent, Tulsi Gabbard could really force the Democratic Party to have to a come to Jesus moment for the never-ending war that they are complicit in. Remember, the Democratic Party, Barack Obama, they didn't care about the Yemen genocide. They didn't care. Obama started arming Saudi Arabia and refueling Saudi Arabian jets. That was Barack Obama, a Democrat. All of a sudden, the Democrats care about the genocide in Yemen when a Washington Post columnist was executed and dismembered by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. They didn't care about Yemenis children dying. They didn't care about school buses being blown up by U.S.-made weapons that are being dropped from Saudi Arabian planes that the United States is refueling midair. They didn't care about that at all. 17 years in Afghanistan, now 18 years. When do you hear the Democratic Party talk about this? Why the hell are we still in Afghanistan? Who are we trying to help in Afghanistan at this point? 18 years? I mean, that's like your crazy uncle moving in with you, and he just won't leave. 18 years in Afghanistan. She's been against Syria and the United States doing regime change in Syria for, I believe, since 2013. And she's been knocked and knocked and knocked and knocked as, you know, an Assad apologist. This is another knock on her. An Assad apologist for daring to meet with Syrian President Bashar al-Assad in Syria. Thank you, Beta Virus, $5 in the super chat. There is an article of her speaking on LGBT, calling them homosexual extremists. Love her, but still, I'm getting to that. I did say there is some concerning things about Tulsi Gabbard that she's going to have to answer for, and I hope to be able to interview her. I interviewed her while I was at the Young Turks. I really hope I'll be able to interview her because I think there are some things I'd like to ask her about that are concerning, but I'll be fair to her just like I would anyone else. So I'm going to reach out to her campaign because I would love to interview her, and you know, we'll leave it at that. So I don't think it's a bad thing that she met with Bashar al-Assad. And by the way, the United States should have never gotten involved with Syria in the first place. If you want to pursue humanitarian aid to somewhere like Syria, which is having an internal civil war and hundreds of thousands of people have died, I don't have a problem with that. The problem is when the United States, using our troops and our money, goes in, wild-eyed and, half-cocked, and we take the lead all over the world. No, you bring together a coalition, and it shouldn't involve permanent United States troops in Syria. We cannot be the global policeman and woman. And by the way, the Syrian war is really over a pipeline. If you do the homework, it's really over a pipeline and oil and geopolitical efforts to control the oil supply in that part of the world. So the United States has troops out there, has spent God knows how much money in Syria, and Tulsi Gabbard has been on the right side of that. And I don't think it's a bad thing, frankly. Bashar al-Assad is a dictator. He has been behind the brutal deaths of many, many Syrian citizens. He's not a good guy. Don't get me wrong. But, the same people that are criticizing Tulsi Gabbard for meeting with President Bashar al-Assad to try and help find and forge a political solution to stop the murder and the war in Syria, the same people attacking her as a pro-Assad apologist, well, where are these people on the United States basically being a Mohammed bin Salman apologist? And not just, it's worse than meeting with Bashar al-Assad. The United States not only meets with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, we're arming Saudi Arabia with weapons, with missiles, with bombs, refueling their jets mid-air. For what? Because Saudi Arabia is good for the United States business interests. The United States there's no threat to the United States in Yemen. Frankly, there's no threat to the United States in Syria. This is all neocon, military-industrial complex nonsense. Thank you, Pop Reality, $5 in the super chat. Status Quo needs to hit the primaries hard. Get us another Donna Brazil moment. Hey, I'm glad you brought that up, because I'm keeping it real, folks. We're not going to be able to cover the primary on the road with the level of funding we have now. That's why we raised our GoFundMe amount to $70,000. I'm just being honest with you. We don't have funding right now to cover the primaries at the same pace that I covered it at the Young Turks. I would like to be able to cover Bernie Sanders' campaign, which I believe he will be announcing within this month or maybe early February. That is my belief based on sources I've spoken with. I want to be able to cover some of Tulsi Gabbard's rallies. I think the only way to counter the corporate propaganda that's out there about Bernie, that's out there about Gabbard, is to have real independent media on the ground. I don't think there's going to be a lot of independent media on the ground. Maybe the Young Turks will be out there. I don't know. I don't really talk to anyone there anymore. But my guess is you're not going to see the Young Turks out there on the campaign trail at the same level that I was out there. I'm willing to cover the whole campaign. I'm willing to be out there as much or more as I was in 2016, but we need the funding. We are having conversations in the background with some individuals and groups to see if we can get larger funding, but until then, we gotta ask the audience. So I really, really appreciate the GoFundMe contributions. We just got $22 from Lance Fallon, so now we're at $37,746. We want to get to $45,000 by the end of this month. So hopefully, I appreciate the super chat donations, but if you don't mind, we really prefer GoFundMe, because super chat, they take 30%. YouTube takes 30% of super chat donations. So there's the GoFundMe link, and the GoFundMe is also in the description of this video. And remember, folks, I keep telling you, the more people that like, you see that audience going up now that more of you have liked. So we got 267 likes and 266 viewers, only 156 likes. So there's 100 of you that are being very, very tardy. Very, very tardy. Smash the like button. Smash that like button like it's Wolf Blitzer asking you out for dinner. Smash that like button like it's Wolf Blitzer asking Rand Paul, well, what about all the jobs that are going to be lost if we pull out of Saudi Arabia? Smash that like button. So, those are the pros of Tulsi Gabbard. I think there's a lot to like. I think that she, frankly, is more progressive than Bernie is as far as ending the military-industrial complex. I think she is the most progressive on military issues. I have no problem at all, the fact that she met with President Bashar al-Assad. I think more of us should get involved on a political level, not a military level, but on a political level, trying to end this Syrian war. So there are things about Tulsi Gabbard that are concerning, and I'd like answered from Tulsi Gabbard, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. So if we're going to take on Hillary Clinton about her convenient evolution on gay marriage, we have to criticize and ask questions as far as Tulsi Gabbard's views on homosexuals, which, frankly, to me are very concerning. I have gay friends, but more importantly than that, if you're a progressive, I really think, there's not a lot of wiggle room. You're either, for equality for all people, not just in talk, but in legislation, or you're not. So I'm going to read to you a little bit of a background. This is from Jacobin magazine, which is a socialist magazine. I read Jacobin sometimes. Their facts are, I've never seen them had to correct anything. Obviously, Tulsi Gabbard will come out and correct these things if she sees anything that I or anyone else is reporting incorrectly. So Tulsi Gabbard, she grew up in a fairly, homophobic family. This is from Jacobin. Despite her progressive image today, Gabbard has conservative roots. Her father, Mike Gabbard, a former Honolulu city councilman, state senator, and high-profile anti-gay activist who led a campaign against same-sex marriage in Hawaii in the 1990s. He founded the educational nonprofit Stop Promoting Homosexuality and bought himself a show on a local radio station to denounce LGBT people. Obviously, Tulsi Gabbard, her father's views are not, she shouldn't be penalized for those. Unfortunately, it seems that, growing up in that family, she adopted similar views. Early in her career, Gabbard took after her father. She opposed abortion and supported a constitutional amendment defining marriage as between a man and a woman. After Honolulu Magazine emailed her father to ask about his former ties to a conservative Hare Krishna splinter group for a 2004 profile, it was Gabbard who replied angrily, accusing the magazine of, quote, acting as a conduit for the Honolulu Weekly and other homosexual extremist supporters of Ed Case, who was her father's opponent. The same year, she used her platform as a state representative in Hawaii to testify against civil unions, calling the claim that they were different from same-sex marriage, quote, dishonest, cowardly, and extremely disrespectful to the people of Hawaii. And the people of Hawaii had voted in favor of Constitutional Amendment 2 in 1998, empowering the legislature to withhold marriage from same-sex couples. Quote, as Democrats, we should be representing the views of the people, not a small number of homosexual extremists, Gabbard said at the time. And this was, again, in 1998. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That's a really, really terrible statement. That's a really, really terrible view to have. I want to give her, in some ways, a benefit of the doubt because she was, in many ways, you are what you were raised, and it is hard to move out of that viewpoint if that's the way you were raised. But, she, at least in the 90s and frankly recently, has said things that are very, very, very homophobic and very, very troubling. I am going to get to the rest, which shows a little bit of an evolution, but that is a very troubling statement, to keep it real. And as I talk, let me put in the GoFundMe link. Like I said, we're trying to raise money so we could get in the field and cover Tulsi's rallies, Bernie's rallies, and the campaign overall. So thank you for your contributions. We really, really appreciate it. So, let's see. Gabbard has since done a 180, citing her military service in the Middle East as the impetus for her conversion to social liberalism. Quote, this is from Tulsi Gabbard. The contrast between our society and those in the Middle East made me realize that the reason those societies are so oppressive is that they are essentially theocracies, where the government and government leaders wield the power to both define and then enforce morality, not mortality. She wrote in December 2011, I began to realize that the positions I had held previously regarding the issue of choice and gay marriage were rooted in the same premise held by those in power in the oppressive Middle East regimes I saw. So why I like this is because it's very, very different. It's very, very different than Hillary Clinton, for example. Tulsi Gabbard said this in 2011. She wasn't running for president. She wasn't about to run for president. She, I believe, was running for Congress. But Hillary Clinton, she suddenly was for same-sex marriage, basically at the same time she was plotting to run for president. She had been against same-sex marriage basically like 2 years or 3 years before she ran for president. When she ran for president the first time, she was not for same-sex marriage. So Tulsi Gabbard, when you look at our evolutions in thought, our evolutions in what you stand for, your policies, Are they politically motivated, or are they true? I have no reason to doubt that what she's saying, that serving in the military, serving in the Middle East in these wars, really, really had an effect on her, and really showed her that her view that the government should basically be deciding who has the right to marriage, who has the rights for equality, and be deciding what's right, what's not, what's moral, what's not, is oppressive, and that is immoral to do that. Gabbard affected a similar about-face on abortion, even receiving an endorsement from Emily's List during her 2012 congressional run, despite her history of opposing reproductive rights. Gabbard does not actively work against gay rights. In fact, she's co-sponsored and supported numerous bills favoring the LGBT community during her time in Congress, from the repeal of the Defense of Marriage Act to the Employment Non-Discrimination Act. Still, her questionable loyalty to the LGBT and anti-abortion rights is disquieting, considering her public reputation as a beacon of progressivism. So I think this is fair. I honestly, one of the first questions I would ask, not the first question, but I would ask her, do you personally still have a problem with same-sex marriage? Do you personally still have a problem with homosexuals? Do you have a problem with that? If so, is it rooted in religion? What's it rooted in? Because, it's one thing that she's on the right side saying, I don't want government dictating who could get married, what morality is for people. We don't want government making religious policies. But I would like to know, as a progressive, do you personally believe that? Because I would have a problem voting for someone who personally is against homosexual marriage, is against LGBT rights. It's, I don't really think we're in a position now in 2019 where you could kind of straddle the line and say, well, I believe I'm for LGBT marriage, same-sex marriage, for equal rights in the workplace, and for equal rights, but personally, I don't believe in same-sex marriage. I'm sorry, I don't think that's a viewpoint that will work in the 2019 era and the progressive landscape. So she's saying the right things, that she's, pro-choice now, that she's pro same-sex marriage, that she doesn't believe that the government should be deciding on who should get married and those things. But what do you believe personally? That's important. Thank you. We just got one. Baby Gerald, $5 in the super chat. Just switched from Patreon to Status Slayer membership. Here's an extra sawbuck for the heck of it. Keep up the great work. Thank you, sir. And yes, you could go to statuscoup.com/join to become a member. We are really, really trying to grow membership as another way that we'll have enough money to cover this campaign. So thank you, baby Gerald. You don't have to switch from Patreon to membership. If you'd like to, that's fine. Patreon does take a little bit more of the cut from us than our website processor does, but you don't have to. If you're a patron, you're getting the same content and bonus content that you're getting as a Status Coup member. But thank you for the $5. And let me put the GoFundMe one more time in. Let's see where we're at in the GoFundMe. I want to keep updating you as we grow here. We're at $37,757. Thank you, Peg, for the $11 GoFundMe donation. Really, really appreciate it. Let's keep that going if we can. Now, there's other things that I find concerning as far as Tulsi Gabbard that she needs to answer for. We went through the homosexuality. She's also fairly pro-droning. This was her answer in an interview. President Obama has significantly increased the use of drones to assassinate terrorist targets. The policy has been criticized for denying due process rights for at least one American target and for the collateral killing of civilians. Do you support this policy? Why or why not? Tulsi Gabbard said, "We've learned from the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq that the best way to defeat the terrorists is through strategically placed, small, quick strike special forces and drones. That strategy took out Osama bin Laden. We also know that civilian casualties are much lower with the strategy than with the conventional strategy. However, we must improve safeguards to avoid civilian casualties. On this, I couldn't disagree more. I think Obama's program that, started droning all of the Middle East. Now Trump has doubled and tripled down on Obama's program of droning all over the Middle East. Yes, on one hand, better than sending ground troops all over the world. But at the same time, droning, this notion that, civilian casualties were lessened. Well, we don't really know because the data is very, very, very non-existent, true data on how many civilian casualties there has been in us droning Afghanistan and Pakistan and Somalia and all these Middle Eastern countries. When you drone, and I haven't heard Tulsi Gabbard really talk about this, but yeah, you could be sending drones instead of ground troops, but at the end of the day, you're still invading other people's countries. You're still killing innocent people. This only escalates terrorism. This further radicalizes terrorists. It's not hard. So on one end, she's right to be against regime change. She's right to be against the United States, adventuring around the world and let's spread our democracy, which is really code for let's steal other countries' natural resources, their minerals. Let's topple dictators that we don't like who aren't advantageous to our business interests so that we could install dictators that are equally as bad and terrible and will kill their people but are good for our business interests. So I don't support endless droning, and I think, frankly, I don't think she's being disingenuous, but I think it's not accurate to say there are less civilian casualties. There's been tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, civilian casualties from Obama and President Trump's droning program. So I think she's not exactly right. She's not exactly right as far as this has not caused massive civilian casualties. Another thing that it's not a major thing, but I do find it concerning. You know how years ago, the Fox News and the Republican Party was getting hysterical, absolutely hysterical, that Barack Obama would not say the words radical Islamic terrorists, radical Islamic terrorists. Honestly, he shouldn't have said radical Islamic terrorists because ISIS and Al-Qaeda and these terrorist groups, by the way, were working with Al-Qaeda in Syria in some ways. And in many ways, we have armed ISIS. We have sold weapons that went to ISIS. But this notion of Islamic terrorism only feeds further terrorism. Islam is a religion, right? So saying Islamic terrorism is claiming that all of Islam are terrorists. This is what Bill Maher has been doing over the years, basically being essentially, I think, Islamophobic to Muslims around the world, grouping them in with terrorists, saying radical Islamic. No, if you read the Quran, I have not, but if you read the Quran, if you read the actual religious texts of Islam, it does not support any of the things ISIS or Al-Qaeda or the Taliban do. So when she said that, I didn't like that. Dumont, $5 in the super chat. We should ease up on criticizing Tulsi Gabbard for questionable political position she held in 1998 when she was 17 or 18. That's a fair comment, but unfortunately, as recently as 2015, she said that she still personally was against same-sex marriage. So that's only 3 years ago that she said she's against same-sex marriage, but she has evolved on that same-sex marriage should be legalized, that the government should not be in the business of deciding who can get married. Everybody should have equal rights. But she said in 2015, she's personally against it. I have a problem with that. I can't lie. If you're a progressive candidate running for president in 2019, you either believe in equality or you don't. I understand she grew up in a religious family that had, frankly, bigoted conservative views. But you can't run for president claiming you're a progressive if you personally think that a large portion of the population should have different rights than everybody else. So it's not enough to straddle the line and say, well, I don't believe that the government should forbid same-sex marriage. I think it should be legal, but I don't personally believe it. I have a problem with that. But I agree with you. We shouldn't be attacking her for what she said when she was 17 or 18. The problem is she said it recently in 2015 that she didn't personally believe in it. Jake Smith, wasn't it 2012, not 2015? No, it was 2015. Let me type it in. Tulsi Gabbard, same-sex marriage. Here we go. So this is from 2016. Hold on. Oh, here it is. Here we go. So this is from 2015, in an interview with Ozzy. About 10 years ago, Gabbard violated some of the tenets that now make her so popular as a Democrat. With an Emily's List endorsement to boot, she was neither pro-choice nor pro-gay marriage, and in fact, fell in line with her erstwhile Republican father, Mike Gabbard. So far, so good, except right after that, Ozzy drops this bombshell. Fittingly for her narrative, though, the explanation for her changed ideology feints us back onto familiar territory, the military. I already read this, that the military is what changed her views on whether the government should be the one deciding. Let me actually find the article from Ozzy. Hold on. Here we go. Oh. Sorry, I'm doing this live, so work with me. Personally. Okay. I can't find it right now. I saw it yesterday that in 2015 she had said that she doesn't personally believe in it, but she doesn't think the government should be in the business. Hold on. Oh, here we go. This is 2015. So after all this time, Gabbard still personally opposes same-sex marriage, but won't say or do anything politically about it. This puts her campaign statement on same-sex marriage that we cited above in an entirely different light. Here we go. She tells me, no, her personal views haven't changed, but she doesn't figure it's her job to do as the Iraqis did and force her own beliefs on others. So this was from 2015. I'm putting the link right here in the chat if you'd like to read it yourself. But as of 2015, she said she personally is still against same-sex marriage. So that is troubling. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. She is not for. She is for same-sex marriage because she doesn't believe the government should be deciding. But personally, as of 2015, she said she still doesn't believe same-sex marriage. Personally, she doesn't believe in it. So, some other things. She, like I said, was pretty big on that we need to use the term Islamic extremists. I'm going to play this clip for you. If it wants to play.
To react. A combat veteran who was one of the...
We have very prevented them, again, keeping at the forefront, keeping the American people safe.
But do you think we've gotten a clear message on that, on exactly what the threat is, who the threats are coming from, what we call them, how we identify them? You know that going into combat. I mean, you have to know who your enemy is and name it so you can defeat it.
Exactly. You're exactly right. And I think that's what's important as we look at some of these messages and some of these threats that are being posed by different groups, whether it's Boko Haram and a variety of others that go by different names. Just a few years ago, there were 20 plus groups who were fueled by this Islamic extremist ideology and conducting these terrorist attacks. Today, there are over 40. So by identifying the single common element amongst them and recognizing that the vast majority of terrorist attacks conducted around the world for over the last decade have been conducted by groups who are fueled by this radical Islamic ideology, then once that's identified, we understand it, then we can come up with a winning strategy to defeat it, both militarily as well as ideologically, and that's how we defeat them.
And really quickly, before we're out of time, why do you think
I don't think that's the most concerning thing, but I do think the bottom line is words do matter, and terrorists use the term radical Islamic extremism to radicalize more people to become terrorists. And that was a right-wing talking point. I mean, listen, I always tell you, I'm going to report the truth. I'm not going to just tell you what you want to hear. Overall, I think Tulsi Gabbard, of the declared candidates, let me be clear, of the declared candidates, is the most progressive. I think she's better than Elizabeth Warren, in my view. She's definitely better than Julian Castro, who I'm going to get to in a little bit. Those are the only people who have declared that they're running for president. Elizabeth Warren, Julian Castro, and now Tulsi Gabbard. So she's better than both of them in my view. But I wouldn't be doing my job if I wasn't reporting what I view as concerning. And she was on Fox News a lot, which isn't a crime, but she was on Fox News a lot parroting right-wing talking points about radical Islamic terrorism. Well, you can't, if you call it radical Islamic terrorism, you're essentially further emboldening terrorism. It's not, Islam is a religion. What Islam practices, what Islam preaches is not what the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, and of course ISIS practice. Period. It's not. So I think she has to answer for that. I also think, I don't really know enough about this. And in fairness, I don't know enough about it, and I would like to hear from her on it. Before I do that, she also, I find concerning, and she'll have to answer for this, she did vote against the United States taking in more Syrian refugees. In 2015, Gabbard was among a minority of Democrats who voted for additional restrictions on refugees entering the U.S. from Syria and Iraq. She has also previously expressed skepticism that the Assad regime is behind chemical weapons attacks in Syria and aligned herself with nationalist figures such as Narendra Modi of India. Breaking with most Democrats, Gabbard has embraced the use of the phrase radical Islam, a phrase to which many Muslims have evolved into a dog whistle on the right intended to indict the entire Islamic faith. So I was just talking about that. Let me give you a little bit more information on Modi, who she has supported. So this is from Jacobin magazine, but Gabbard is less discerning when autocrats aren't motivated by, quote, radical Islam. In November 2015, she traveled to Egypt as part of a congressional delegation and met Egyptian dictator Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, part of an effort to strengthen U.S.-Egypt relations. Sisi may be a blood-soaked tyrant who's killed hundreds of Egyptians and imprisoned many thousands more, but as Gabbard made clear at the time, he's tough where it counts. Quote, President el-Sisi had shown great courage and leadership in taking on this extremist Islamist ideology while also fighting against ISIS militarily to keep them from gaining a foothold in Egypt, Gabbard said, urging U.S. political leaders to, quote, recognize President el-Sisi and his leadership and, quote, stand with him in this fight against Islamic extremists. Some of the Sisi government's fantastic accomplishments in this fight include killing a group of Mexican tourists and quite possibly torturing and murdering an Italian PhD student. But perhaps Gabbard's closest friend on the world stage is India's Hindu nationalist Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It's an ideal match in many respects, not because the two happen to share a faith. Gabbard is the first Hindu American in Congress, but because they both harbor noxious attitudes towards Muslims. I don't know if I agree with that as far as Gabbard holding noxious attitudes towards Muslims. Modi began his career as an activist in Rashtriya, I'm going to fuck this up, Swayamsevak Sangh, a right-wing nationalist organization that stokes anti-Muslim sentiment in the country and has been banned 4 separate times. One of its members assassinated Gandhi over accusations he was appeasing Muslims. While Modi eventually left the RSS for his current party, the BJP, the two are heavily connected. The RSS mobilized to get Modi elected, and several BJP officials used to be members of the RSS. Shortly after September 11th, Modi claimed on TV that Islam has tried to, quote, put a flag in the whole world since the 14th century, and that the situation today is the result of that. As he campaigned for elections in 2014, he threatened to deport undocumented immigrants from Bangladesh who are mostly Muslim, calling them, quote, infiltrators. But most appealing was his role in the 2002 anti-Muslim riots in the western state of Gujarat, which left 1,000 people dead, nearly 800 of them Muslim. Modi was the state's chief administrator at the time and has long been accused of allowing the riots to happen, with a former senior police officer testifying in 2011 that Modi said the night before the riots that Muslims needed to be taught a lesson. So, I have many thoughts. Number one, I don't have a problem with Tulsi Gabbard. I don't have a problem with Tulsi Gabbard meeting with Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. I think it's mostly propaganda on the neoliberal democratic establishment against her. I'd rather meet with Bashar al-Assad and see if we could come to a political solution to end the Syrian war than the United States having boots on the ground and the United States supplying weapons to al-Qaeda. The United States has directly and indirectly been supplying weapons and working with al-Qaeda and ISIS in Syria. Because, you know, when we work with the rebels, a lot of times we don't even know who the hell the rebels are. By the way, the United States was also supplying weapons to Ukrainian neo-Nazis. If you follow the Ukrainians episode in 2014, I believe that was. They were neo-Nazis that the United States were calling, the democratic rebels in Ukraine. So I don't have a problem with her meeting with Bashar al-Assad. I have to look into this guy Modi more, but it sounds like a terrible dictator, authoritarian, totalitarianism, whatever you want to call it, that she should not be praising. I also think in general, one thing that Tulsi Gabbard is going to have to answer for is her views on the root cause of terrorism. I want to respect Tulsi Gabbard because she served in the military. She was out in the Middle East, and I was not. So I'm speaking as I'm not a war veteran. I wasn't on the ground there. Obviously, a lot of her views are informed by what she saw in Iraq and Afghanistan and what I did not see. So I respect her service, and I would like to hear what she has to say. With that said, the bottom line is this. The root cause of terrorism is not, quote, radical Islamic terrorism. The root cause of what forms terrorism is the United States invading foreign countries, regime changing, and basically murdering Muslims around the world. That is what's caused terrorism. I am certainly, to be clear, not defending Osama bin Laden, but there's a reason Osama bin Laden created al-Qaeda. It was because the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, and by the way, guess who worked to supply and fund Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan after the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan? That would be the United States of America. I would say more accurately called the United Corporations of America. We are responsible for Osama bin Laden by basically working with and supporting and funding al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden against the evil boogeyman, the Soviet Union. You don't really hear that on CNN or the New York Times, do you? And by the way, we're responsible for ISIS. This notion that ISIS was formed because we left Iraq? No. ISIS was formed because we went to Iraq in the first place. Would you like it if, a foreign country came into your town and occupied it and murdered your friends and your family members? I don't think so. So I like what Tulsi Gabbard stands for as far as foreign policy, but I don't like this talk of radical Islamic terrorists. She has the credibility as a war veteran to make the case these wars are starting. These wars are happening in the first place. Terrorism is happening in the first place because we are invading mostly sovereign countries and essentially spreading our, democracy, which doesn't even exist, on other people. And it radicalizes terrorists when we drone them, when we bomb them, when we kill their family, when we kill their friends, when they kill their teachers, whomever. I want to show you other clips that I actually think are positive of Tulsi Gabbard, so you have a well-rounded opinion. Here is her on Wall Street taking over the Democratic Party and, frankly, Washington, D.C.
Directly about that.
Well, that's not exactly true. There's this, disheveled socialist Jew from Vermont who's talking about it. But on the merits of what she's saying, I love it. Because most people know Tulsi Gabbard, frankly, for her views on foreign policy. But she does have very, very progressive domestic views as well. I want to play you her views on the for-profit prison system, which needs to be talked about a lot more. Here we go. So that's her on the for-profit prison system, which I couldn't agree with more. Here is her on the Russia hysteria.
That you mentioned.
So finally, a little sense on Russia. A little sense on Russia. Because, we've basically been huffing and puffing on Russia stealing our holy democracy and democracy. Oh, wherefore art thou democracy? No, we've been doing this worse. We've actually rigged foreign elections way worse than Russian trolls, putting some stuff on social media. So, listen, an hour and 15 minutes into this super duper 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 live stream. Here are my closing thoughts. Here are my first thoughts. We need to beef up the GoFundMe. Here's the link one more time. We definitely appreciate those who contribute to the GoFundMe so we could get out in the field and cover campaigns like Tulsi Gabbard's and, of course, Bernie Sanders, who I believe will be running and announcing his run in the coming weeks. So overall, here's what I think Tulsi Gabbard running does. I think Tulsi Gabbard running definitely gets a very much needed position out there because I think she is, frankly, to the left of Bernie Sanders when it comes to ending our military involvement all around the world, stopping inserting, military policy that is essentially for regime change. Basically, as a war veteran, she wants to go to war as a last resort. She wants to get involved in other countries with bombs or ground troops as a last resort if the United States has an urgent security threat. I think that is very, very sound. And she also has drawn the connection between our involvement all around the world and basically toppling dictators and brutal dictators we topple to put in equally as brutal dictators that kill their citizens with, hey, the roads here are crumbling. Hey, we have no Medicare. We don't have Medicare for all. We're spending all this money around the world, yet we're told we don't have the money to pay for domestic programs that would help working people. I think Tulsi Gabbard, frankly, to me, is more progressive than Elizabeth Warren. I think she seems to be equal to, if not progressive to Elizabeth Warren on economic policy. She is for $15 minimum wage. She is for tighter regulations on Wall Street. She is for, I believe she's for the idea of a universal or, guaranteed jobs. She is definitely for the reinserting Glass-Steagall. And more importantly, I think she is to the left of Elizabeth Warren when it comes to foreign policy. Elizabeth Warren voted for this $715 billion military budget. Tulsi Gabbard did not. Elizabeth Warren has kind of subtly said she thinks we need to get the troops out of Afghanistan, but she really has no, and Syria, but she hasn't really put forth the plan how to do that and how soon. Yeah, there was another person who campaigned on getting troops out of Afghanistan. His name was Barack Obama. How'd that work out? So you could talk all you want about getting troops out of Afghanistan and Syria, but Elizabeth Warren is suddenly saying it now after she just voted for a $715 billion defense budget. So those two things are at odds. But my final analysis on Tulsi Gabbard, and I hope you watch me for the truth, so I'm not going to just be like, rah, rah, Tulsi. I have to report to you if there are concerning things. To me, first and foremost, she needs to answer in 2019, what are your personal views on same-sex marriage, on abortion, and on homosexuality? You cannot, I'm sorry, you cannot be considered as a formidable progressive candidate if you personally think homosexuality is immoral, if you personally are against same-sex marriage, if you personally are against abortion. I understand that there's people who believe this, and it's part of their religious faith, but as a progressive, and a lot of you are progressive watching, that's not part of the progressive package. Obviously, we could have a difference of opinions on certain things, but to me, one of the core tenets of being a progressive is you're not just against the government deciding who could marry, who is moral, against government interference in people's lives as far as marriage and equal rights, but you personally believe in that too. If she doesn't come out, I mean, as recently as 2015, as I showed you, she was still personally against same-sex marriage. So she needs to answer for that. And I think it has to be genuine. Only you could decide if her answer is genuine. There's another thing that I personally want to toss into this that I haven't spoken about, but I always believe that actions speak louder than words. A politician could say a lot of things, but what do? Other than Jill Stein, Tulsi Gabbard was the only sitting politician nationally in Congress that came to Standing Rock. That's a big deal. I interviewed her at Standing Rock when I was with the Young Turks. It says a lot that she, as a military veteran, saw that this was essentially a state of war. You know what? Let me show you just a short clip from that. I don't generally like to play clips from the Young Turks, but I'll show you a little bit of this because I think it says a lot about who she is. Here we go.
TYT and TYT Politics. I am out here with Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, who gave a really impassioned floor speech the other day. You're one of the leaders in Congress, you, Senator Sanders, a couple other progressives who have, frankly, given a damn about this situation. I wanted to ask you, obviously this is about water and land. The bigger picture here, what do you think is at stake when you're looking at the violence that has gone on and the desecration of land and these types of things?
There are a lot of issues at stake here. In my meeting with the chairman of the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, in meeting with so many of the people here, what I have heard from them and the reason why I'm here is to help bring attention to the cause of water protection. That is what is at stake, and it is not just protecting the water in this location for these people. That is critical and it is important, but it is also a symbol of the need for us as a country and people around the world to recognize this precious resource that is water, which equals life. Without it, there is nothing else that we can do. And that is the big picture. That is what is at stake here.
And you look at, you served, you're a veteran, the president, Congress, they're all supposed to protect against foreign and domestic enemies. I mean, this is my 5th time here. I've seen directly, people getting shot in the face, point blank range, unarmed people by police, grenades, mace, pepper spray, it goes on. People getting arrested without getting their rights read, all sorts of things. And there seems to be no consequences. It's almost like North Dakota has seceded from the U.S. What do you think about the situation here? What needs to be done? Because by and large, there's more cameras here now, but the media has not been reporting what's actually going on here.
Yeah, it's such a twisted sense of priorities. Again, the people who are gathered here peacefully to take a stand for protecting our water. There have been a lot of other distractions and a lot of other issues that have been raised, and the leadership has not taken appropriate action to make sure that our First Amendment rights collectively are protected and honored, and we've seen what the result of that has been, unfortunately, with people getting hurt unnecessarily. This is, again, where all of our veterans who have gathered here have a great opportunity to help uplift the peaceful voices of those who have been here for so long, to lift the voices of the Standing Rock Sioux, to say we are gathered here to speak as one voice to protect our water. This is not a political issue. It's not a partisan issue. It's not an us versus them issue. It is a life issue. And the more that we can bring focus and attention to that, taking that high road, focusing on that most critical message that's important to all people and all living beings and our planet, I believe that that message can penetrate and we can bring about change. That this is not just something that's happening in North Dakota. That's
obviously courtesy of the Young Turks. I will leave it at that. I think that, you have to look at why politicians are doing certain things, right? She wasn't running for re-election. She wasn't running for president. She came down because she thought Standing Rock was a war zone. She thought that this needs congressional attention. She saw that the corporate media, CNN, MSNBC, the New York Times, the Washington Post, they weren't covering this. She saw that this is bigger than just North Dakota. This is about this country. And to me, that says a lot. That said a lot to me. So I think she needs to be applauded for that. Frankly, Bernie Sanders, although he was very verbally supporting the No DAPL movement and the Standing Rock Sioux tribe, he did not come down. Yes, he was running for president, so he had to make choices about what he did and didn't do, but he did not come down. She did. And it was a war zone, I could tell you, because I was there. So I think she deserves a lot of credit for it. The thing I'll say to button up Tulsi's run, I think that Tulsi Gabbard brings a lot to the table as far as U.S. foreign policy, intervention around the world. I think that she deserves to be taken seriously. I find it very interesting, by the way, that people like me who reported on Kamala Harris's record are considered racist and sexist. But now, since Tulsi Gabbard announced, oh my God, those same people going after me on Twitter and all these, that I'm a racist, I'm a sexist for just putting up Kamala Harris's donors. Oh, Tulsi Gabbard, she's pro-Assad. She's awful. She's evil. She shouldn't run. Isn't that interesting? So that's not sexist. They're not racist. She's the first Indian congressman, or as somebody pointed out, American Samoan. Everything I read is that she's Indian, so you could correct me if that's wrong. But so she's a woman. She's racist. She's a woman. She's a minority. But taking on her, that's not racist or sexist. Kamala Harris, you're a racist. You're a sexist. You're in line with the KKK. Very, very interesting. So I think it's great news that she's running. I've listed the things that I find concerning about her. I would like the opportunity to interview her and ask her about those things. If we have the funding to go out on the campaign trail, we'll certainly cover some of her events and rallies. Hint, hint, GoFundMe. There's the GoFundMe link. We're going to need funding to go cover these important candidates like Bernie, Tulsi Gabbard. I'll cover some of Elizabeth Warren too, because I got news for you. Corporate media, if they're covering it, they'll be distorting it. They'll be tossing in all sorts of propaganda against Tulsi Gabbard. They'll be cutting things up in little tiny sound bites to make her look like a pro-Assad apologist, and to make her look radical, and to make her look loopy and loony. And they're going to do the same thing to Bernie Sanders. So that's why it's so important for independent media to be out there on the ground reporting on this important time, because you're not going to have it from the corporate media. And frankly, there isn't a lot of independent media out there that has the funding to go out there and cover this. So it's up to you. If you want real reporting on the ground to cover Tulsi, to cover Bernie, to cover Warren, unfortunately the money does not grow on trees from what I've learned. So Edward Klein, stop the smears, you douches. Tulsi loves the homos. I'm not smearing her. I've just put out there what she's on the record saying. That's not a smear. So if you're coming to this channel to get your views completely reinforced, or you want me to say and cheerlead for every candidate that you like, that's not going to happen. I'm always going to be honest. I'm always going to tell the truth of what's going on. So segueing from Tulsi Gabbard and Standing Rock, there is a new, I think, growing movement happening up north in Canada, believe it or not, that is kind of has some similarities to Standing Rock. But before I play that interview, I want to remind you guys of a little contest we're doing. A little contest, and so far we have some great submissions. So we're trying to get to, one second if I can find it. We're trying to get to 165 paid monthly members for Status Coup. Last Sunday we had 20 people sign up to become members while we were live all day Sunday. So that was an amazing number. Can't thank you guys enough. We've had more long term. The more people signing on to support us every month, we don't have to focus on GoFundMe. We don't have to focus on anything other than reporting, and we'll have the funds as we grow our paid membership. So we're up to 113 paid members. If we get to 165 by the end of this month, we're going to pick the best idea that gets submitted to us. So anyone signing up as a new member, there's the email jordan@protonmail.com. That's email jordan@protonmail.com. You could sign up at statuscoup.com/join. You got two options, $5 a month or $10 a month. We've had people signing up at both. You get a little bit more content at $10 a month, but $5 a month, you get plenty of behind-the-scenes exclusive content. We just published, before we went live, an exclusive it's up there for both $5 and $10 members. So email Jordan @protonmail.com. That's email jordan@protonmail.com. Email us your story idea. Where would you like to see us go, and what would you like to see us cover? It has to be domestic. We don't have the funds to be going to, Saudi Arabia or anywhere else. We are going to hit the road. We're going to pick the story idea we like the best from the new members that signed up and submitted story ideas, and we're going to go cover that on the road. We're also going to pick nine other story ideas. So basically, top 10 story ideas. We'll pick one that we go out and cover in the field, and then we'll pick 9 others to cover on the channel. So it could be something in your local community, it could be something in your state, it could be something whatever. Obviously, it needs to be fact-based. Like, don't send us any kooky conspiracy theories that we're going to waste our time going and realizing aren't factual. So we'll do the homework on what you submit. But paid membership is super important, because this is how we're going to grow. This is how we're going to have the funds we need to get out in the field, to cover the Bernie campaign, to cover the Tulsi campaign, Warren campaign. If Trump's not out of office by then, cover some of his campaign, and not just cover the politics, but also cover stories in the local communities that are going to decide who the next president is. The corporate media only covers the horse race. They don't actually go to Iowa to cover what's going on in Iowa that those voters care about. They don't go to New Hampshire to cover the opioid epidemic or other things. They don't go to South Carolina to cover what's going on in the local communities there, or fill in your state, fill in your other states. They don't give a damn. They're not going to cover that. So we are, with the right funding. So I hope you'll consider it. You can go to statuscoup.com/join, statuscoup.com/join, to get as much behind-the-scenes content. We're also doing every month a video chat with some of our members, a private video chat where you'll see us, we'll see you, and we do a little behind the scenes. I probably do a little TMI where I tell you too much in those private calls, but it's all for behind the scenes access to us. So thank you for considering. I hope we could get another 20 to 30 or however many to sign up today. And also, this is very helpful to us. The more signups we get as members, it's impressive when you go to try to get larger funding from non-plutocrats, progressive individuals and groups we're trying to get funding from, to say, hey, we have X amount of paid subscribers. They want to see that. If they're going to invest in us, they want to see that we have a large supporter base. So, Natalie Williams, thank you for the segue. Natalie Williams just got her swag from the GoFundMe. How do you like it, Natalie? Does it look good, what we sent you? We are sending out more of the GoFundMe swag as well. Reminder, if you donate, if I can find it, if you donate $100, you get a Status Coup hat or shirt. If you donate $127, you get a Status Coup hat and shirt. Donate over $200, you get that Status Coup swag bag. $250, you could get that Status Coup backpack. So I hope you liked, Natalie, what you got. Oh yeah, she says. So thank you for the continued GoFundMe contributions. We are at $37,817. So close to 38,000. Hopefully one of you could get us there. Thank you. Ronnie just left $50 in the GoFundMe. Chip just left $10 in the GoFundMe. Peg left $11. This is what we're really focused on right now. GoFundMe as well as paid membership. So without further ado, right now in British Columbia, Canada, and it might be in Canada, but trust me, it's connected to America too. There is a pipeline going through, a Trans-Canada pipeline. Trans-Canada, if you don't know, is the parent company for the Keystone XL pipeline. They're another evil, greedy, awful oil company. And this pipeline is going in British Columbia. It's a natural gas pipeline. It is totally unnecessary, and shocker, it's being used for foreign exports. Right now, there is a movement. There's a movement going on in British Columbia against this pipeline, and the police are doing very, very, very similar things to land and water protectors in Canada that they've done in America. So I spoke with a young woman who has been one of the activists, one of the water protectors, one of the land protectors, and she is a member of a tribe there that's being affected about the fight against the Coastal GasLink pipeline. Her name is Jen. Here is my interview on what I think, it's not Standing Rock yet, but it could become a Standing Rock up north. Here's my interview. Hey, it's Jordan. I am here with Jennifer Wickham. You are in British Columbia, Canada, and you are, I hope I don't screw this up, member of Wet'suwet'en tribe. Is that right?
Yes.
Great. And honestly, I wish I could get up there because it really, the energy I'm seeing in British Columbia in native territory is not so different than what I saw when I was first at Standing Rock. For those who don't know what's going on, TransCanada, who is the Keystone Pipeline's father, is now trying to ram through a natural gas pipeline through Wet'suwet'en territory in British Columbia. There's been a camp out there for many years, but now it's escalated. Can you kind of talk about what's been going on there the last few weeks and months?
Right. So Coastal GasLink applied for an injunction against the Unistoten, who, like you said, have been holding it down against the industry for almost a decade. And they are a house group of one of the 5 clans of the Wet'suwet'en Nation. And Coastal GasLink was granted an interim injunction on December 14th. And when that happened, because all 5 clans have supported the Unistoten in all these years that they've been doing the work out on the territory. And so the chiefs decided that they wanted to show their support. And it was decided because Girramden clan is right next door to Unistoten, so you have to go through Girramden territory to get to the Unistoten, that we would put up a access checkpoint. So we're controlling access to Girramden territory, And so we held a smoke feast in our feast hall, which is part of our traditional governance system. So it's kind of like the parliament for our nation. It's where all our decisions are made and ratified and made into law. And so we held a feast on December 16th, and on December 17th, is when we started controlling access to Gitumden territory. And so Coastal GasLink tried to come out to post their interim injunction at Unistoten at the bridge, and they did not pass protocol. So we are enacting free, prior, and informed consent protocol to access our territory. They didn't pass. The chiefs did not give them permission, and so they applied to amend their interim injunction. They had a hearing before the court on December 21st, and they were granted the amendment. So it included, they had it expanded to include the territory, to include all territory past the 27-kilometer mark on the road, the Forest Service Road out towards Unistoten. So that would include Gitumden territory as well. And so there's a lot of things sort of leading up to that and surrounding that. But basically, they didn't file the amended injunction until January 4th with the courts. And so the chiefs had a meeting with the Aboriginal liaison RCMP officers on January 4th.
And just so people know, RCMP is the police there.
Yeah, correct. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police. And so we had a meeting with them, and they told us that the amended injunction would be enforceable after it was signed. As soon as they had a signed copy. They did not have a signed copy at that point. And so they had planned a meeting because they weren't able to give us any information on when they were going to enforce it, what that was going to look like, kind of what was going to happen during the enforcement. So we had been told this entire time that Coastal GasLink representatives would come to clear access. So basically it would be CGL employees that would come and take down any gates or impediments leading into Gitumden territory or Unistoten territory. They also told, so the lead Aboriginal liaison officer, Ben Smith, he has an office out of Surrey, told our hereditary chief that they would phone us before anybody came out to enforce the injunction. That didn't happen. So it was on Monday, early Monday morning, that we got reports that RCMP were on the move. We called all of our chiefs. They made their way out there. The Aboriginal liaisons met them out there. The sort of what happened. So I wasn't actually out there when this happened, but basically what happened from what I was told by people on the ground is that they allowed only 5 of our hereditary chiefs, so 1 from each clan, to access because the RCMP put their own roadblock up and were denying anybody access to the checkpoint.
And can I just ask you, because I don't understand, so I want to make sure the audience understands. What's the difference between the hereditary chiefs and like a tribal council or tribal chiefs? Is there a difference?
Absolutely. So our hereditary chiefs are part of our traditional governance that we've had since time immemorial. The Wet'suwet'en have had their traditional governance recognized. So the Supreme Court of Canada, through the Delgamuukw case that was decided on in 1997, recognized that the Wet'suwet'en had never had never had their title extinguished. And it was through our hereditary system that was proven. And because we have never stopped practicing. So even through like potlatch bans where our feasts were outlawed, which was in place for like 100 years, we continued to practice our traditional governance. Not all nations, certainly not all nations in BC, but not all nations in Canada even have an intact traditional governance system. The chief and council or tribal council in the States is a government imposed governance model. And so those are elected officials that report directly to the government of Canada.
I see.
Whereas our hereditary chiefs are ancient names that are passed down through lineage. So we're a matrilineal society, and so we follow. Everyone belongs to the clan that their mother came from, and those names are passed down through family lineage.
Okay.
And so Coastal GasLink has made agreements with, they say, all 20 bands, so tribal council, chief and council, that are along the proposed route. But to my understanding, none of the pipeline doesn't actually go through any reserves. And so chief and council or tribal council only has jurisdiction over what happens within the reserve boundaries. So they're responsible for like plumbing and water and stuff like that, for the members that are living on the reserve. And it has been recognized that the traditional governance, so the hereditary chiefs, have jurisdiction over all of our territory, which is approximately 22,000 square kilometers. So they say they have agreements with all those bands, chief and council, but they have never had consent from the hereditary chiefs. And so the hereditary chiefs have always maintained that they will not allow any pipelines in their territory. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's always interesting because in America, you always hear this PR from the gas fossil fuel companies saying, oh, we've done all this outreach with the tribes and they were on board, but now all of a sudden they're not on board. So I wonder with those 20 tribes you mentioned, how much of that is true and how much of that is wishful desire by TransCanada.
Yeah, and I mean, so Coastal GasLink says that they have, 100 emails and such where, but the way that they phrase it is really tricky. And so it may be true that they have sent emails to the hereditary chief's office, but that does not by any means constitute consultation.
Right.
And it definitely does not imply consent.
Right.
So, consent is a funny thing, I think. Well, it's not really. Like, their definition of consent, I think, is really kind of twisted because, I think of like the most commonly referred to topic around consent, and it's like usually has to do with, relationships. And so if it's not a clear, emphatic yes, it means no.
Right.
And I think that, industry, if they send an email, then to them that's consultation. And there's like implied consent if we're not saying no.
Right.
Which we know is not true, and the courts have certainly proven that through like sexual assault cases, that if a victim doesn't say no, stop, that still doesn't mean that they're giving consent. Whereas the hereditary chiefs have definitely said no.
Right.
Emphatically, no.
And looking at some of the just horrific scenes, it kind of like triggered what I saw because I was at Standing Rock quite a bit covering it. You see natives and water protectors essentially saying "we love you" to the police, which
Yeah.
happened at Standing Rock, and then the police basically climb up the barrier and
Yeah.
start tackling them down.
Hey, look out! Hey, move! We're breaking it down! Young man, go back, young man! Young man, I pray! I pray, please, young man! Please! Stop! You're hurting them! Stop! Young man, you must! You must! Go! I'm not looking out! I'm coming down! Look out! No! You're not! You're not! You're not! You're not! Stop! Under arrest! Get down! Under arrest! Stop! Get out of here!
And arresting them, and the water protectors, I don't know if that's what you guys call them, but they're basically saying you're breaking your own laws.
Yeah.
Can you kind of talk about some of the scenes? Because it's been very striking. It looks very similar to some of the pipeline demonstrations here in the States.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And so, you know, my sister was one of the people that was arrested. And hearing what she had to say about what was going on is that, you know, they repeatedly were telling them that they loved them and that they were doing this for their children and their great grandchildren and those yet unborn. They were reminding them consistently of whose territory they were on. And they were also singing to them as they were being arrested. And, you know, the firsthand reports that, you know, people shared were really touching. Like, you know, there was RCMP officers who couldn't look them in the eye. And there were people that had tears in their eyes because they knew what they were doing was wrong, you know. And I can just, you know, watching the video and seeing the women singing and hearing people yelling and screaming in pain and the images of people being thrown on the ground, you know, it's like if there was ever a definition of excessive force or, you know, unwarranted use of force, I think this would definitely fit the bill.
Right. And can you kind of talk about this territory? Because, for example, a lot of, in Standing Rock, not just the water was at risk, but the tribe's way of life, hunting and fishing, things like that. This territory, what is it known for as far as the way of life, customs, and those kinds of things?
Yeah, well, the Unistoten territory is the most pristine territory that we have left. So it's completely untouched. You know, there are the river that the exact spot in the river where the pipeline is proposing to cross is at the headwaters of our salmon spawning river. And so that river brings salmon and life to all the communities going from here all the way to the ocean. So all of those communities would be affected. You know, we have seen declining salmon numbers, drastic declining salmon numbers over the last 10 years. And this would completely wipe them out. There's grizzly bear habitat. There's moose habitat. You know, up in the mountains behind Unistoten, there are, you know, people have taken helicopter tours. The chiefs have gone out there, and it's not accessible unless you fly in. And, you know, they've seen herds of moose in the back territories, and all of this would be devastated. They want to put in roads, so they want to put in access roads. And the mountains that they're going to be planning on going through, you know, like we had a gas pipeline explosion not too far from here just a few months ago in Prince George. And, you know, it took hours for people to be able to respond. And this was in a very accessible community. And so if this went through and there was a leak or an explosion in these like super remote areas, it would be days, and by then the damage would be irreversible.
Right.
So, and I don't think it's ever a question of if there's going to be a problem, it's a matter of when.
Right. And, in America, I think because President Trump is so outlandish and terrible, people look at Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who has spoken tough against Trump and talked, about Trump's immoral, not kind of subtly, sometimes stronger. A lot of people put out memes, he's good looking and these things. So in general, Americans have a decent opinion of the Prime Minister there. But from what I have seen in research on Justin Trudeau, loves fracking and is pretty much in line with the fossil fuel industry. How does he play a part in this pipeline and other pipelines in Canada?
Well, he's approved it. Like you said, he's a huge fan. I think what it comes down to for him is, the bottom line. It comes down to money. And when I think about Justin Trudeau, like I know a huge part of his campaign was around reconciliation with Indigenous people. And he's all talk. He's a pretty face and he says the right words, but he has absolutely no action. And, it's really disgusting, I think. One of the things that I can't stand the most in this world are ingenuine people. And he's definitely at the top of the list of one of the most ingenuine people that I've ever seen.
And obviously in America, there's a straight line. You could see which oil companies, fossil fuel companies are donating to politicians. Canada's rules, I think, are not as open as America as far as legalized bribery. But has Trudeau taken money from some of these companies, done fundraisers? What's your knowledge on his ties to fossil fuel companies?
You know what? There's probably people with a lot more knowledge around that than I have. I just know that what comes out of his mouth isn't what he does.
Right.
And so I wouldn't be surprised at all if he has ties to fossil fuel industry. That hasn't been something that I've myself looked at. And
people, you mentioned this is 22,000 square kilometers of territory. I've seen other Wet'suwet'en say that you only have 10% left, really. They've taken the majority of the territory, so it's similar. And now they're essentially ramming this pipeline, which in America, these pipelines, you hear the talking points, it's for energy independence, but then they just export the oil and export them.
Exactly.
What are they saying this natural gas is going to be used for?
It's going to be exported. Yeah, so they're building a huge LNG terminal in Kitimat, which is on the coast. And again, that is going through very delicate waters as far as our salmon population goes. And all the coastal nations depend on the salmon. It's something that we have depended on. And as Wet'suwet'en, it's a symbiotic relationship. We have made agreements, ancient agreements, to protect them and to protect their habitat. And in return, they give themselves to us to help sustain us. And that's a relationship that I think most kind of mainstream, non-Indigenous people don't really understand, but it's something that we take very seriously.
Mm-hmm. And the, I think I'm pronouncing it right, Unistaden, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Camp?
Unistoten.
Camp is where this checkpoint was. At Standing Rock, at one point there was 10 to 15,000 people there. I'm not saying this is the same thing, but there looks to be a lot of people out there. 14 were arrested on Monday, including your sister. Can you kind of talk about the morale now? Are they getting support from other areas in Canada? What about
Absolutely.
United States?
Absolutely. So there was International Day of Action on Tuesday, and we had a report of, geez, I can't remember. I think it was like 67 rallies worldwide. There have been ongoing rallies of support all across Canada. Freeways and ports, marine ports being shut down, and people occupying political offices and company offices. And, the support has just been incredible. And of course, I was there when all of the people that were arrested were released. And, over the last few days, they're just so incredibly grateful and humbled by, all the people that are watching and all the people that are showing solidarity and support. And, last night, one of the land defenders heard something on the radio, and they were like, oh wow, this is a really big deal. People are talking about this, because they've been in jail and they have no idea. They didn't have, access to the media or internet or anything like that. And so, it's been really beautiful to see people coming together, and we want to encourage people to keep coming together and keep the pressure on the government and on industry and funders. And, really the message is that they need to respect Wet'suwet'en rights and title, and, follow their own laws and their own court decisions.
And
because that's not happening.
And in America, they've really tried to essentially criminalize protest. I mean, you see places like Louisiana and North Dakota now increasing fines for pipeline protests. They're charging people with felonies for nothing, really, to try and intimidate people into not protesting. The images of the police look pretty brutal. What are people being charged with that are arrested? Trespassing or worse?
So at the moment, they are just in breach of a court injunction. And so it's a breach against the courts. And they have their first court appearance. So of the 14, there was one person released right away from custody in Houston. And the other 13 were brought to Prince George, where they had to appear before a judge. And so the one person that was released actually has court on Monday in Prince George. And so we're asking folks to go there and support her. And then everyone else has a court date of February 4th, where they are going to set a date for the hearing. And so the Coastal GasLink lawyer had stated that they are looking at gathering evidence from their videos, and they want to be pressing charges that range from obstruction of justice, assaulting a police officer, and a number of other things. I'm sure they'll throw in some mischief, and they'll go all out with whatever they can get. But so far, I think only one person has had criminal charges, and it was assault of a police officer. And
I think I know the answer to this, but I might as well ask. I'm assuming the pipeline company could have put this, the path could have went somewhere else, not in Wet'suwet'en territory. And I'm also assuming that this is not exactly, a wealthy area. Most indigenous areas are impoverished, high level of suicide, whatnot. At least in America, is the area where they're putting the pipeline through, generally speaking, an area of poverty?
Yeah, so I'm going to answer that in two parts. I'm going to say that definitely the reserves face the same challenges as any other Indigenous community. And as far as the wealth of the community, I would say that the territory, the specific territory, because it's not a reserve that they're going through, it's our Yinta, our territory. our traditional lands, are actually quite wealthy. You know, they're wealthy in the stories that they hold, and the history, and the wildlife, and the salmon, and the water. You know, the river that they're planning to go through, you can still drink from. We drink directly from the river. We don't filter it. There's no chemicals. There's no industry that has tainted that water.
Wow.
And it's the most nourishing, mineral-rich water that you could have. I mean, look at all the companies in the world that are, you know, buying up fresh water, and this is completely untouched and drinkable, like just with a cup out of the river. Like, where in the world can you do that? You can do that with Wedzin-Kwa.
And last question. So obviously with Standing Rock, it was a hashtag and global organizing. There's always people in America, the environmentalists, non-indigenous, but those who want to support indigenous, that are looking for a cause and to go freeze their ass off. Are you guys? What are you calling on from other people in Canada and America? Is there anywhere they could go to support or come themselves? How are you guys asking for help?
Yeah, so each, we have there's a Facebook page for each of the checkpoints. So the Gidimt'en checkpoint is Wet'suwet'en access point on Gidimt'en territory, and that's our Facebook page. We have documents on there that show exactly how people can support. We have a GoFundMe page with the same name. The Unistoten have a website as well as a Facebook page, and it's just exactly that, Unistoten. And they have similar information in both of those places of how people can support. So there's a legal defense fund for Unistoten, and the Wet'suwet'en access point on Gidimt'en territory, also through their GoFundMe. So originally it was being used for like building supplies and food and that sort of thing. But we will also be using it as a legal fund for the folks that have been arrested and any future charges that come out of that. Also to support the people that came out to support us, you know, and we will, you know, we're also really supporting our Unistoten nation members that are still there. You know, they have the healing center that is still running on their territory, the Unistoten Healing Camp. And so we're going to be supporting them as much as possible as well.
And I'll just end with a point. Would love to know your thoughts, but whether it's North Dakota or British Columbia, I mean, two countries, but same greed, same gross negligence for the land. I mean, you see climate change reports. You have 10 years, 12 years until irreversible damage. Yet, in both countries and in other countries, you essentially have leaders who talk a good game. I mean, Justin Trudeau has criticized America from pulling back from the Paris Accords, but essentially just selling out the cleanest water, which you just described, for profit, for profit and greed. Your thoughts on the similarities?
Yeah, I think it's almost easier to have somebody like Trump, and you know exactly where they stand. You know, there's no filter on that mouth than it is. And I think that's like one of the major differences between US and Canada historically is that, you know, people have often thought, you know, I've traveled abroad and people always think that the Indigenous people are treated very well in Canada and that the relationship is really good with the government. Whereas people, it's very public, you know, the genocide that was enacted upon like the Indigenous people in the US. And it's not so obvious with Canada. And I think Justin Trudeau and Trump are really sort of, they're very representative of the history of those countries. But they're very much the same. they're doing the same thing, just Justin Trudeau's and Canada actually puts a pretty face on it. You know, they sort of whitewash their history to make it seem like everybody's getting along. And, you know, we have Thanksgiving where like the natives and the settlers and the colonizers were, you know, helping each other out. And while that may be partially true, there was also like really devastating things going on, and, you know, genocide happened here too.
Yeah. Thank you so much for taking the time. Let your sister know. I'd love to talk to her too, get a bird's eye view. And stay in touch so I can report to the audience what's going on there.
All right. Thanks so much.
Okay. Take care.
So that was Jen. She is up in British Columbia and has been out at the protest site. Her sister got arrested, so I'm going to see if I could get an interview with her sister as well. I thought that was really important. No, it's not in America, but I mean, the planet is the planet, whether it's in America, whether it's in Canada, wherever it is, and it's the same companies. TransCanada owns this pipeline, and TransCanada also owns the Keystone XL pipeline, which a federal judge recently rejected President Trump's permit that allowed Keystone 2.0, but I have sources on the ground saying that they've been doing pre-construction there anyway. So it's important to see what's going on there. Standing Rock didn't start out as 10 to 15,000 people. It started out as a couple hundred, and they were desperately trying to get more attention on it. And then all of a sudden, people from all over the world were at Standing Rock. So super, super important to get this out there. Super, super important to basically continue supporting, whether it's in America, whether it's in Canada, wherever it is. Very, very important to support people fighting for the water, fighting for the land, fighting for their human rights. And as you see, the Canadian police over there looking slightly similar to the police we saw in North Dakota. I'll also make a point, you know, Trump's evil, Trump's awful. Well, this is a view of Trudeau and people like Trudeau who are neoliberal. They sound very lovely. They sound wonderful. You know, they're very handsome. A lot of the ladies like Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, but they're allowing the planetary destruction. They're allowing Native American land to be essentially seized by greedy corporate oligarchs from big oil and fossil fuel companies. Justin Trudeau is allowing that. Does he sound as terrible as Donald Trump? Does he tweet vile things? No. But actions speak louder than words. So Justin Trudeau is basically doing what Donald Trump's doing in America, allowing fracking, allowing unnecessary pipelines that aren't even being used for Canadian means. It's being exported, like we were just told in that interview. So as far as I'm concerned, Justin Trudeau, terrible. Terrible. Can the audio be amplified? I have the audio way up. I don't know what the problem is because I've had this audio on the same audio all week and I wasn't hearing any problems. So let me know if you guys could hear me. I am ordering a new mic. My mic went bust, so I just ordered a new mic. But for now, I'm on the natural sound of my voice and computer. So I'll talk a little bit louder if you're not hearing me. I want to give you an update. $38,000 in our GoFundMe. Thank you. Mia Carroll just put us over the top. Our goal for the end of this month is $45,000, so getting us closer and closer. We're now, well, I can't do math, $7,000 away from our goal of $45,000. Keep it coming if you can. We've gotten these donations from 627 incredible, incredible people. Thank you for helping us grow. Remember, if you donate $100, you get a Status Coup hat or shirt. If you donate $127, you get a Status Coup hat and shirt. Donate $200, you can get that Status Coup swag bag. $250, get you the backpack. We still have we've begun mailing out packages. We were a little late because we're doing the job of 250 people between Jen and I, but we will get you. The Status Coup, the swag. The contributions coming if you can. That's why we do these Sunday marathons. I will follow up on the protests there in Canada. Oh shit. I pressed stop streaming by accident. Oops. Oopsies. Oopsies. Oops. Oh, am I still here? Okay. I'm still streaming. All right. I thought it said offline. It said offline for a minute, so I got worried. So I'm back. I'm still here. You're still alive. Wonderful. So we are going to follow up on this story. We cover everything we can, whether it's American. We're going to cover some stories in Canada from time to time. Obviously, we cover the brutality and the genocide in Yemen, so we're going to keep it going. We really need you to help us grow so we could get out in the field and cover these stories. So far today, we've gotten three new members, new paid members. Can we get that number up? statuscoup.com/join for membership. Membership is how we're going to grow long term. So if you're in Canada, if you're in America, if you're on the moon, statuscoup.com/join. If you want real independent media, if you want us to be in the field and cover these stories, we need your help to do it. Think about what you spend $5 on a day. Think about what you might spend $10 on a week. You could be a member to Status Coup and get great bonus content, great behind the scenes footage, a monthly video call with us, and other bonus features for as low as $5 a month, for as low as $10 a month. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, of course, we don't want you to donate or become a member. You have to focus on your family and your livelihood. If you have it in your budget, $5 or $10 a month for actual independent media that's going to cover the issues, even if we can't get out in the field sometimes, we're going to still cover the issues like that interview. I have another interviewed on a story going on in Indiana that's got no media attention. We're also going to have play you a little sneak peek from our Status Coup documentary, which we're very excited about. So membership is how we're going to grow. Last Sunday, we got 21 new members signed up. So right now we're slacking. We only got 3 so far. So I hope you'll consider it. And also, oh, that's the wrong link. Also, definitely consider donations to GoFundMe. I would rather beg you, the working people, you, the disappearing middle class, than plutocrats. I won't beg plutocrats. Not in my blood. So, the audience is down a little bit, but that's okay. If you haven't pressed the like button, press the like button. Maybe you came to this late, press the like button. And again, before I get into the next topic, we are at $38,001. Can we get to $38,002? Can we get to $38,005? Can we get to $38,100? Going once, going twice, 3 times. I think we could do it. So keep it coming. I'll put the link in one more time. And we're going to air that interview. We'll post it in full if you want to rewatch it after this live stream is done. So, you joining? We're gonna also cover Julian Castro's announcement. I'm gonna get some heat for this, but he's pretty much, I would say, the Latino Obama. But before we do that, we want to cover the all-out all-out war being declared against newly elected Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Let's see if you're in the frame here. Jen Dyes, president of Status Quo, with her Status Quo hat on. As a reminder to people, I've sent out a lot of swag packages. You're going to start sending out swag packages, but these shirts and hats are pretty cool.
They're very cool.
You got to speak
I
up.
love them. Okay.
Say that again.
Very cool. They're very, very cool.
So, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, let's read it. Read it and weep, folks. The establishment is officially going after her big time. Exacerbated. Is that how you say? Exacerbated. Democrats try to rein in Ocasio-Cortez. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is already making enemies in the House Democratic Caucus, and some of its members are mounting an operation to bring the anti-establishment Democratic Socialists with 2.2 million Twitter followers into the fold. The effort, described by nearly 20 lawmakers and aides, of course, all anonymous, won't put their name to it, is part carrot, part stick. Some lawmakers with ties to Ocasio-Cortez are hoping to coax her into using her star power to unite Democrats and turn her fire on Republicans. Others simultaneously warn Ocasio-Cortez is destined for a lonely, ineffectual career in Congress if she continues to treat her own party as the enemy. Quote, I'm sure Miss Cortez means well, but there's almost an outstanding rule. Don't attack your own people. Congressman Emmanuel Cleaver, we just don't need sniping in our Democratic caucus. Oh boy. Don't attack your own people, aka fall your ass in line. Miss Ocasio-Cortez, you want to tweet, you want to do selfies, you want to dance, that's fine. But get the Democratic Party out of your mouth and make it all against President Donald Trump. Your thoughts, Jen?
First of all, thank you for all the welcome back messages. Before Status Quo, I used to work with Justice Democrats and, writing campaign copy and things like that, sales letters, emails, whatever they needed. And Alexandria has always been, as far as I can tell, the same person. Before she was elected, now that she's elected, she's always been her. And obviously, I think that the people telling her to sit down and shut up and not attack, her own people are absolutely wrong, because she is her own person and she's right. And people can have different points of view and all that too.
And what I find so interesting about this message, I'm sure Mrs. Cortez means well. She means well. But there's almost an outstanding rule. Don't attack your own people, Cleaver said. We just don't need sniping in our Democratic caucus. Yeah, well, how did that message work out for you in 2016? When you're all telling progressives, unite, fall in line. Trump is the enemy. Trump is the Antichrist. They're doing the same exact thing now, basically trying to co-opt a strong-minded, powerful, minority progressive who has been a breath of fresh air in an otherwise stale, old, corrupt, bought-off Democratic Party. Continued, incumbent Democrats are most annoyed by Ocasio-Cortez's threat to back primary opponents against members of their ranks she deems too moderate. But their frustration goes beyond that. Democratic leaders are upset that she railed against their new set of House rules on Twitter the first week of the new Congress. Rank and file are peeved that there's a grassroots movement to try to win her a top committee post they feel she doesn't deserve. So let me translate that for you. Why is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez attacking us for the democratic right, our freedom to dial for dollars? Why is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez attacking us for our humble, democratic, progressive act of kissing Wall Street's ass, of blowing fossil fuel executives, excuse my French, of dining with pharmaceutical executives, of buddying up to real estate developers. How dare you threaten to challenge us in elections? You know, this is just how Washington is, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. This is how progress is made. Change happens in increments. And, you know, you can't, Rome wasn't built in a day, Alexandria. So instead of trying to primary us, why don't you work with us? I've heard this before. Your thoughts, Jennifer?
First of all, I want to say thank you to William. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think this is absolutely ridiculous. There are no words for it. There's no reason for it. There's no reason why she should have to sit down and shut up. And by the way, I think we should be free to criticize AOC as well. She's not perfect. She's not going to do perfect things always.
She still hasn't tweeted out our Flint story.
Correct. That's correct. Yeah, it's bizarre how people try to frame the conversation and make people not talk about the truth, not talk about their truth.
But this is the Democratic playbook. This is essentially Trump, 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 Russia, 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 Russia. It's like the Brady Bunch. Marsha, 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 Russia, Russia, Russia. And essentially say, don't attack your own people. We need to be unified against Trump. And Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is smart enough, and she understands what the Democratic Party has done and has not done for the community she represents, part of the Bronx, part of Queens, to know, no, it's not good enough just to be anti-Trump. It's not good enough to just, be, oh, Russia, Russia, Russia. What does the Democratic Party stand for? And what is the point of being anti-Trump if what you're going to replace Trump with is not going to actually help your community, if you're Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? Let me read you a little bit more of this piece. And by the way, Politico loves to just put out there what anonymous people tell them. They're basically a vessel for the Democratic Party establishment. Incumbent Democrats are I read that part. Even some progressives who admire AOC, as she's nicknamed, told Politico that they worry she's not using her notoriety effectively. Quote, she needs to decide, does she want to be an effective legislator or just continue being a Twitter star? Said one Democrat who's in lockstep with Ocasio-Cortez's ideology. There's a difference between being an activist and a lawmaker in Congress. Well, I don't know who this Democrat in lockstep with her is, because Politico just publishes anonymous people. My guess is it's probably not Rashida Tlaib. It's probably not Rahul Grijalva. Probably not Tulsi Gabbard. I can't really think of anyone progressive other than those. So, what Politico determines as progressive, I find sketchy. It's an open question whether Ocasio-Cortez can be checked. She's barely been in Congress a week and is better known than almost any other House members other than Nancy Pelosi and John Lewis. A media throng follows her every move, and she can command a national audience, particularly at will, which is why she should tweet out our Flint story. But I digress. None of that came playing by the rules. Indeed, Ocasio-Cortez's willingness to take on her party establishment with unconventional guerrilla tactics. Oh my God, this part got me the most. So it's unconventional guerrilla tactics to call for regulation on Wall Street, to call for taking the planetary destruction seriously and taking aggressive action to stop the planet from being destroyed, ending private prisons, a Green New Deal, free public college, actual working class and progressive issues, and respectfully taking on members of your party that are suppressing and oppressing the working class. That is guerrilla tactics.
Steve, send it to us so we can we can play it for you. Not today, but sometime this week.
I was tossing to you. Your thoughts on the guerrilla tactics?
I mean, it's the same old, same old. We knew they were going to do it. We knew the establishment Dems were not going to like AOC coming in. They wouldn't like her star power. They wouldn't like her policies because she's actually progressive. This is just straight out of what we knew they would do. And it's a pain.
And what I find so interesting is you read this and they say guerrilla tactics. It's earned her the icon status of the progressive left. Hold on. The icon status of the progressive left. It's where the 29-year-old freshman derives her power. And by every indication, it's how she thinks she could pull the Democratic Party in her direction. That's not how she derives her power. She derives her power not based on that she tweets a lot. It's based on that the majority of the American people agree with what she's saying, agree with the criticisms of the Democratic Party. If people love the Democratic Party, if people love the Democratic Party's policy solutions, which they don't have any really, the Democrats wouldn't have lost over 1,000 seats in the last decade. Hillary Clinton wouldn't have lost to an orange orangutan. So she's not getting her power and getting her following because she tweets. She's getting it because she is giving the American people, the working people that have basically been attacked, and there's been a controlled demolition of the middle class of this country, she's giving them hope. She's giving them somebody that's actually advocating for them and backing it up with actions. Still, fellow Democrats are giving it their best or planning in the near future. So far, most of them have kept their criticism of Ocasio-Cortez private, fearful she'll stick her massive following on them by firing off a tweet. But a few are engaging with her in the hopes she'll opt for a different MO, especially when it comes to trying to take out Democrats in primaries. See, that's all they care about. They're very worried about losing their seats. Mm-hmm. They're not worried about, oh, she's going to expose us. They're not worried about, oh, she's going to make us stop taking money from special interests. They're worried about, oh, shit, I might have a challenger, because a lot of these people run unopposed in a lot of cases, or run against weak candidates in primary, or are never primary. They're worried about their political futures, because that's the name of the game: power and money. Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez is playing a key role. Like Ocasio-Cortez, Velázquez knocked off a longtime Democrat incumbent to win her seat, and they share Puerto Rican roots. In private conversations with Ocasio-Cortez over the past few months, Velázquez counseled Ocasio-Cortez against targeting her Democratic colleagues in future elections. The two had a, quote, long conversation about the dynamics of Congress and Washington, and how there shouldn't be a, quote, litmus test for every district, Velázquez said in a recent interview. After she defeated Democratic incumbent Joe Crowley in shocking fashion last year, Ocasio-Cortez supported primary challengers to Democratic Rep Stephanie Murphy of Florida, William Lacey Clay of Missouri, and Mike Capuano of Massachusetts. Only Capuano lost, but Velázquez told Ocasio-Cortez she should think twice in the future before backing primary campaigns against her colleagues. Murphy, the first Vietnamese woman elected to Congress, represents a swing district and could lose her seat if she's forced to move left in a primary, Velázquez said during the talk. Quote, Washington is a political animal where a lot of the work that you want to accomplish depends on relationships within the Democratic caucus, said Velázquez, who described herself as a bridge between Ocasio-Cortez and the caucus. The honeymoon between the voters that you represent and yourself could be a short one. People want to see results. See, that's a very sanitized and propaganda type way of saying the Democratic Party will stifle your progressive policies and your progressive solutions. The Democratic Party will stop you at every turn if you dare challenge our authority. Meaning, the Democratic Party will actively try to suppress things that will help the people that they say they're fighting for. You know, the Democratic Party says, we're for the worker bee, we're for the working class, we're for the downtrodden. Basically, that's a fine way of saying, if you don't fall your ass in line, Ocasio-Cortez, if you don't stop primary challenging us or advocating for primary challengers, then we are going to block any legislative thing you try. Thoughts?
Yeah, I was just reading the comments, and they agree. And AOC has the people on her side. That's the difference. That's so true.
And Purple Nurple, I like your comment. Tom Perez says he will put hope on the ballot and lead with our values. Yes. And Tom Perez, a little preview, when Bernie announces his run, Tom Perez has also put something on the ballot. He has forced through a rule in the DNC, that Democrats, if they're not Democrats who want to run, if you want to run as a Democrat for president, you have to be in good standing with the party. You have to be a Democrat deemed in good standing with the party. I wonder who they wrote that rule for in mind. I wonder who they wrote that rule for. Could it be a socialist from Vermont? Could they potentially say, Tulsi Gabbard, you bolted the DNC as vice chair? You're not running as a Democrat. Well, there's a rule in place that says they can. We'll see if they use it. I don't know if they're that suicidal, but you never know. They've also basically, not only are they trying to stop Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez from advocating for primary challenges, they basically are backbenching her. This from The Intercept. Progressives fought for key committee spots, but centrist New Dems came out on top. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez failed in her long-shot bid for a seat on the powerful Ways and Means Committee. According to an announcement from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi Wednesday evening, Pelosi named a member of the New Democratic Coalition. The New Democratic Coalition are those centrist to moderate right-wingers. Like Beto O'Rourke was part of the New Democratic Coalition. It's the same old Clinton-style politicians, business-friendly, centrist. The centrist wing of the party. To the seat instead, part of a sweeping set of wins by the Wall Street-friendly caucus. Oh, Nancy, doing the same old, same old. However, Ocasio-Cortez is in line to get a consolation prize, a seat on the House Financial Services Committee with jurisdiction over Wall Street. Sources close to the process said that it is also likely that Progressive Caucus member Katie Porter of California, a financial services expert, will get tapped for the committee, and that Rashida Tlaib of Michigan and Ayanna Pressley of Massachusetts are in the running. This would put a strong block of progressives on an important committee headed by Congresswoman Maxine Waters. Democrats have struggled to find many members to serve on financial services, leading to speculation that the party would actually shrink the size of the committee. Alternatively, the quandary could result in progressives being added as a last resort. The imminent Financial Services Committee announcement would take some sting out of several disappointments for Congressional Progressives Caucus, high-profile rising stars, who on Wednesday were largely shut out of new assignments to 3 critical committees where they sought expanded representation. You know, let me break this down very simply. So if the Democratic Party wanted to seize on this momentum, this new voter base, because a lot of new voters voted for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, if they wanted to bring in new people to the fold, progressives, anti-war, Green New Dealers, environmentalists, if they wanted to bring in the Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez wing to, I don't know, defeat Donald Trump, maybe they would put, other than Bernie Sanders, who's really more popular at this point than Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in progressive politics, maybe they give them the committee assignments that they want. It doesn't mean that they're dictators and whatever legislation Ocasio-Cortez wants to push, but maybe you would, try and placate the progressive wing if your goal is to win. Just like maybe if Hillary Clinton wanted to win, seeing Bernie Sanders winning 22 states, 13 million votes, might have made, Bernie Sanders your vice president, or Elizabeth Warren, or anyone with a beating heart more progressive than Tim Kaine. But I'm beginning to think their main priority is not winning. I'm beginning to think that they'd rather lose. What did Bernie say? They'd rather go down on the Titanic, as they're okay going down on the Titanic as long as they have first-class seats. Your thoughts, Jen?
Yeah, absolutely. They don't truly care about progressive wins. I think they're happy that they have a Democrat in that seat, but that's the extent of it. They don't like that AOC has her own following, that she has her own thoughts. They don't like it at all. So, there's nothing that we can do, I don't think, to convince the establishment to pay attention to AOC and to give her more standing, a better spot where her people can get behind her and the policies. It's all about the policies. But they won't. They will refuse.
I couldn't agree more. But I actually think it's a little different than that. I actually think, oh, they're paying attention. They're paying attention to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. They're scared. That's why you see them leaking like a sink to Politico, because they're very, very scared that, oh my God, this woman now has over 2 million Twitter followers. She breathes, she gets like 500 to 1,000 retweets. Everything she does becomes national news. I mean, Fox News, for God's sakes, they might as well have posters above their beds of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. That's all she covers. That's all they cover. So I think they're scared because they know, oh shit, Party on Wall Street might be ending if we allow her to get even more emboldened.
See, I'm more cynical than that. I don't think they're scared because I don't think they allow themselves to be. They think they're the boss, the establishment's the boss, the money rules, and that's how it's always going to be. I think they think Alexandria is a bug in their ear that they have to deal with right now. But I think in the end, they think she'll be easily voted out, or she won't get the committees she wants. That they can make her go sit in the corner. Right.
And here's another example of just the smearing that goes on against Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. So this is something she tweeted, I believe, yesterday. So she was pointing out this White House administration has made having a functional understanding of race in America one of the most important core competencies for a political journalist to have. Yet CBS News hasn't assigned a single black journalist to cover the 2020 election. Unacceptable in 2019. Try again. And there she put a link out to who CBS, I guess, had announced as their campaign team. So she put that out. And then some guy, I don't really know who that is, I think he's a reporter, says another thing AOC has in common with Trump, media scolding. Yeah, her pointing out that, CBS should have a black journalist, just one, covering the campaign is the same thing as, President Trump essentially putting a hit out on journalists by this fake media, fake news. I mean, I think CNN and that reporting is terrible, but Trump doing the fake news is not about their actual journalistic propaganda. It's just a fascist tendency to basically block dissent. So not the same thing at all, but this guy does a false equivalency, which Ocasio-Cortez pointed out. I keep thinking about this exchange because there are many aspects that are concerning to hear from an editor. This is an editor in the media. This is what false equivalencies look like. Diminishing Trump's, quote, enemy of the people talk as, quote, scolding, and describing my call to hire a black journalist as the same thing. This is fantastic, what she said, because she's getting false equivalencies all the time. I think part of it is because she's progressive. I think a lot of it is because she's a woman, thankfully. We're now, frankly, we're now almost 3 hours into this 1, 2, 3 live stream, and I can't speak. So I think that there's sexism at play. I also think, frankly, man, woman, whatever, alien, if you're progressive, they're going to put out propaganda. They're going to try to link you with Trump. I mean, for God's sakes, half of the Democratic establishment was trying to say that Bernie Sanders in some way is, similar to Trump. Samantha Gibson, 1999 in the super chat. I agree with Jen. Those establishment Dems know those who back them really run things. So AOC doesn't scare them. We need a real revolution. Because playing in the rigged system is getting us nowhere. She addressed you, Jen.
Yes. First of all, thank you. That's amazing, Samantha. Yeah, I completely agree. We agree with each other. We definitely do need a real revolution because as it is right now, we have some people who sneak through and win seats, but that's about it. Just some here and there.
And speaking of a real revolution, GoFundMe. There's the link. We I got to keep it real. It's been a little quiet today in the super chat, slightly quiet in the GoFundMe. We do this as a labor of love, but we're also trying to fundraise. Jen, how do we get a revolution if we don't have real independent media on the ground?
Well, that's exactly it. You don't. So that's what we are. We go out in the field, we report on things other people are not reporting on, and we do it because it matters and it makes a difference.
So statusquo.com/join too. We appreciate the super chat also, but frankly, YouTube, being the criminals they are, takes 30%. They take 30% of your super chat. I sound like a Republican. Don't take the American people's hardworking money. Well, don't take our super chat.
Are you sure it's just 30? I think it's more.
I could see YouTube taking like 5. I wouldn't like it, but I'd be okay with it. 30%? This is just a scheme for YouTube to make more money. It doesn't even incentivize. Yes, we're making more money, but you're taking so much of it. So unless you do really, really well on the super chat, like unless you raise like $500 to $1,000 on the super chat, you're not really making that much if you're only making, $100 a live stream on the super chat. So, yeah. Dude, you're using YouTube. I know. You have a better option? Jose W. I hope you're not related to George W. Yeah, but we got to call out YouTube. It's ridiculous. So that's why we say give to GoFundMe if you can. They take a lot less money, and we're using the funds to get out in the field. Ty and I are going to be out in the field as soon as we can. He's trying to finish this documentary, which is taking them a long, long time. The final thing I'll point out about Ocasio-Cortez is when they say, she should get in line, go to the back of the room, learn the job, she hasn't accomplished anything. What the hell have you guys accomplished? Do you see this income inequality chart starting in the 1980s when the Democratic Party started getting in bed with Wall Street? Of course, it definitely began under President Reagan, but you've had 2 Democratic presidents. You got Bill Clinton, Barack Obama in the last 30 years.
Chris, we do, except for around between 3 and 6%.
What are you talking about?
Getting all of the earnings from membership.
Yes. Democrats, what have you accomplished? A Republican healthcare plan hatched out of the Heritage Foundation called Obamacare? Sure, it's helped a lot of people, but it's not an answer. It's a Republican healthcare plan that insurance companies love Obamacare. They love it, love it, love it, love it. Mm-hmm. And I can tell you because I'm on Cobra, which is really, really expensive. My only other choice is Obamacare, but the plans in New York are very, very, very expensive. I'm not a Romney billionaire. I can't pay $700, $800 a month just to use the health care. That's how much you pay per month before getting to deductibles, before getting to co-insurance, before getting to co-pays, or whatever else they're making up. So what has the Democratic Party done? Voted for the Iraq War? Not pushed us to get out of Afghanistan? Not pushed for free public college? Not pushed for universal health care? Pushed racist things like the crime bill and welfare reform? What, has the Democratic Party done anything for you lately?
That's a no, a giant no. My name is Lev. What do you want about South Africa? I love South Africa.
And what about Streamlabs? I've heard about Streamlabs.
Yeah.
You going to look into that?
Sure.
Okay. So what has the Democratic Party done that they should say to Ocasio-Cortez, what have you done? Nothing. Kept us from having Bernie. You're damn right, Grandma Christine, 42. Are you really a grandma? I love when grandmas watch. I lost my grandma last year. It's been difficult, actually, but I love when fellow grandmas watch. And by the way, now Sherrod Brown, who's being talked about as like a younger Bernie, he's putting this, Medicare at 55. No more little steps, little increments, little crumbs. We don't need Medicare at 55. We need Medicare for all. Medicare for all. Sherrod Brown. We need Medicare for all, not Medicare at 55. Mm-hmm. Are you 55?
I am not.
Are your kids 55?
No.
A lot of our members are not 55.
Correct.
Are you 55 watching? I mean, I would like you to get health care if you are, but that doesn't help the masses. This isn't the United States of 55. It's the United States of America. Oh, radical syndicate. Thank you.
Yes.
And cancel student loan debt. Because the Democratic Party, all you got to do is follow the money. Follow the money, honey. The Democratic Party is in bed with Wall Street.
Exactly, Victoria.
The Democratic Party is in bed with fossil fuel companies. Thank you. Natalie donated $10 to the GoFundMe. Keep that GoFundMe going. The Democratic Party is in bed with Big Pharma, with real estate developers gentrifying the whole country, with Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg, with Google and YouTube. So you could call me out of hypocrisy, but I don't have anywhere to go other than YouTube right now. Carol's 61. Hey, Carol, I'm glad that you're getting Medicare at 65. It would be good if Medicare for 55, but do you think that's the solution, Carol? Maybe for you, but not for the masses. Ruth, 64 and a half, waiting a few months for Medicare. It shouldn't be this way in the richest country in the world. It should not. It should not. So I, for one, say it's obviously hard. Obviously, Ocasio-Cortez, it's difficult when you're walking into a room with a lot of old, corrupt, bought off, pissed off people at you. But you got to hold down the fort. Stand your ground. You've got millions and millions of people backing you up. And remember, to me, the greatest enemy is not Donald Trump. The greatest enemy is the Justin Trudeaus of the world, the Barack Obamas of the world, the people that sound lovely, that sound progressive, that sound like they're for the working man and woman of America, while doing fundraisers with Wall Street at night, while doing fundraisers and being in bed with fossil fuel companies. I'd rather know my enemy. And Trump's not good. Don't get me wrong. We need to take out Trump, but you're not going to take out Trump with Republican lights like Cory Booker or Kirsten, let me call Wall Street, Gillibrand, or Kamala. You know what happened when I just tweeted Kamala Harris's donors. They might as well have called me the leader of the KKK. Mm-hmm. I think it was a lot of David Brock types, but there was a lot of correct the record bots coming at me. But suddenly, if you point out Kamala Harris's record, you're a racist, sexist pig. If Tulsi Gabbard runs for president, it's not racist, it's not sexist, it's the humanitarian and your responsibility as an American to call her out on being an Assad apologist and all sorts of terribleness. Isn't that interesting, that hypocrisy?
Very.
So before we move on to something else, Jen.
Yes.
I think what's great for the audience is we need to alternate. We need to alternate between begging for money. We need to alternate. It can't just be me begging.
Oh.
They need to see your passion and what we're trying to do here. They need to see why should they become a Status Quo member. Why should they donate to the GoFundMe? Why? Are we just like everybody else, taking their money and going out to the plaza and going to play golf?
No, absolutely not. The reason we created Status Quo is because nothing like this exists at all. So when you donate to Status Quo, it goes towards things like keeping our hosting going out into the field.
What does that mean, hosting?
Web hosting. Make a dance video. No, thank you, Purple Nurple. I used to be a dancer, ballet, but not anymore.
Excuse me, William. I'm not bullying Jen.
Thank you, William.
We are sharing the responsibility of fundraising. I'm not bullying Jen, William. Don't start a rumor that's not based on fact, William. Go ahead.
Fred, do you even play golf? Why? Anyway, your donations help so much. And like this video, first of all. And then if you can, give $5 to the GoFundMe or join as a member at $5 a month. Wherever you can, please, please, please help Status Quo. I can't even say your name. My brain is broken, so just bear with me. Please donate to Status Quo or become a member because it helps us get back out into the field to report on those stories that no one else is reporting. And that's the number one thing. We got to get back out there.
And John Doe, you ask, am I interested in leading a yellow vest revolt? Hey, John Doe, I have enough jobs. I'm not going to be the leader of a revolt. I am interested in covering a yellow vest revolt. So if you guys create a yellow vest America, we're going to be there if you fund us to get out there. But I did say this last Sunday, and I'm going to say it again. You could steal the idea from me. I think we should have a green vest revolt. A green vest revolt. And that's important for two reasons. We're doing a green vest revolt against the greed and Wall Street, and we're doing a green vest revolt for the planet. So what are we for and what are we against? We are against greed. We are against politicians taking legal bribes. We are against fossil fuel companies destroying our planet, but we're also for the planet and saving. See that? They're already coming over to my side.
There we go.
Green vest. You could say it was your idea, even though it was my idea. You could say it was your idea. I won't say anything. So, but I'm not going to lead the revolt. My activism is journalism. So we'll be there to cover it, but I don't know if I'll be leading it. But Jen likes making signs and stuff, so maybe she'll make signs for it.
Now that sounds sexist to me.
What are you talking about? You do like making signs.
Do I?
Yeah.
I don't.
You made the original Patreon sign.
That doesn't mean I like doing it.
Oh, excuse me. See that? We take constructive criticism at Status Quo, so I try not to be sexist. But definitely. Excuse me. Thank you, Alex. $10 in the GoFundMe. Can you just tell the audience? Can you tell the audience that I've been a very nice, delicate flower to you over the last few weeks?
That's funny. Yeah. So I have not been feeling well for a couple weeks, and Jordan has been very lovely and helpful.
That's it? That's it?
Jordan has saved my life.
So without getting into details, we all have our issues, physical, mental, whatever. We all got a combination of a lot of things that go on in life. And unfortunately, when shit hits the fan, it's never at a good time. It's always inconvenient. So obviously, we want Jen to get better.
Oh no, Grandma Christine says I look pale. I'm always pale.
Obviously, Jen's been dealing with a personal issue, so we've definitely wanted to give her time.
No, Purple Nurple, we're besties.
Are you two married? Hell no. But we're business partners.
I'm the one who should be saying hell no.
We're business partners. But
yeah, Victoria.
Is that a code, Jen? Do you need help in keeping hostage? She's not a hostage. But here at Status Quo, we care about our viewers. We care about the people that work here. And Jen co-founded the company, so I've been trying to do double duty, going live, doing a lot of logistical great things you do all the time, in addition to journalism. And yeah, and also some of the days where I haven't gone live, part of that has been doing stuff for behind the scenes that Jen normally does that I've had to do, which sometimes gets, it's hard to do everything before 5 o'clock because there's a lot of logistical things. Have I said too much?
No.
What are you making smiles for?
I'm reading the thing.
Oh, are they turning against me?
Yeah, you guys like me best.
If anyone's being held hostage, it's Ty when Jordan keeps him waking up every show. Excuse me, Christopher. I don't tell Ty.
Thank you, Steve.
I don't tell Ty to work overnight. His choice is to work overnight till 7 a.m. I don't bother him. I get mad at Ty when he says he's going to do things at a specific time, and then you don't hear from him for hours, which we had a very heart-to-heart talk this week, Ty and I. And by the way, you're going to get a full hour of Ty today. You're going to get a full hour at the end of this super-duper marathon chat, because I have to leave early for actually, right at this moment, folks, right at this moment, my brother...
Don't say anything.
He's doing it now, so the surprise is over.
Oh.
He's currently doing it.
I thought he was doing it when you all got there.
No, he's doing it before that. And then, so my younger brother is proposing to his girlfriend today. So my mother...
She's the coolest
my
girl.
mother said to me, Jordan, I don't care about your live stream. I don't care what time your live stream is. I don't care that you need to make money. I don't care that the people want to watch your live stream. You better be there. Because our family's getting together after they, hopefully she says yes, I'm assuming.
She will.
You better be there, Jordan. And I said, Ma, I'm going to be a little bit late, but I will be there. And my brother said, that's fine. Come when you can come. But my mom said, you better not be late, Jordan. You better not be late. Oh, no, you ruined it. No, they're not watching. I didn't ruin it. But that's why I have to go a little early. But we will have a full hour of Ty literally reporting to you in the dark.
Oh,
He's
boy.
reporting to you in the dark. And Ty has some thoughts on the Kamala Harris people coming after me.
Oh, good.
So that will be fun. But
Well, these chatters have some thoughts about how mean you are.
how mean I am.
Mm-hmm.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, she really does. I love her accent.
Is the status quo hat blue or black?
This one's blue.
That's blue. This is black.
Blue, blue.
I haven't been mean. I said to Jen, are you sure you want to come on because you're not feeling well? And then she said, I'm being mean. I said, no, I'm not being mean. I said, you're not feeling well. Do you want to come on? I don't think that's mean. So, now, let me see what we're at here on the GoFundMe before we move on. We're at $38,021. So thank you to Anonymous, donated $10. Natalie donated $12. Mia Carroll, another.
Yay.
Mia Carroll's been really bringing it with these GoFundMe donations. I already told you in the live chat to email me. I'd love to thank you because you've donated several times. So we're at $38,021. We would love by the end of today to get closer to $39,000. So keep the love coming if you can. So you haven't seen Ty that often recently because he's been working very, very, very feverishly on the Flushing of Flint, which is going to be Status Quo's first documentary. So we've released a few teasers here or there, but now we have a teaser that is really more than a teaser. It's actually a longer clip. So this clip is 13 minutes. This is part of our documentary that is going to show Jen and my reporting from the summer where we broke the story that the state of Michigan had illegally tested dozens and dozens of Flint homes for lead and copper by essentially cooking up the data. So this documentary that Ty has been working on overnight and every day is we're currently trying to see maybe if some larger outlets would want to distribute it. Hint, hint, Netflix. So, it's not going to be released right away because we're trying to get it to a wider distribution. But we wanted to show you a clip. Your support, your GoFundMe supports, as well as you becoming a paid member will help us be able to create more long-form, in-depth documentaries, because I think these documentaries, once you see this Flint documentary, you're going to really, really be proud that you're supporting us on a monthly basis if you're a member and that you supported our reporting through GoFundMe. So I hope...
Extropian, I love that.
So here is a teaser clip of the Flushing of Flint, directed and produced by Ty Bayless. We will see you on the flip side after we play the clip. GoFundMe.
The destination is on your left. Arrived.
You and your boyfriend and kids just moved here. Was there any issues with your kids before you moved here?
No.
And what's going on now?
Right now, my daughter, as you can see, have all these spots on her legs from them telling me that I can give her water out of the tap water. I have sickle cell. I've been going in and out of the hospital every other 4 days. My blood levels is steady dropping. My blood levels was normal at an 8.9. I've been standing at like a 6.2 where I have to get 4 units. I've been in a lot of crisis. I've actually been drinking water out of the faucet. Just recently, since we moved here, the CD people showed up and randomly and said they wanted to test my water. I let them in to test my water, and they ran my water for 10 seconds and put a dipstick up under there and told me it was safe to give it to my kids.
Was it 10 seconds or 10 minutes? I thought you said...
10 minutes. I'm sorry, 10 minutes. And they told me it was safe to give it to my kids. I've been giving it to my kids, and my daughter have caught several rashes. First, they start off to blisters, and then she scratched them to sores.
Has the state at any time come to test your water?
Yes.
They came in and they took the sample?
Yeah.
Was it the Department of Environmental Quality or those core people with the best?
The core.
Did they tell you why they were coming, or is it just random?
No, actually, they just showed up one day and said that they needed to do water testing. That was what they were here for. And they asked a few questions, and they told me they needed to go to the kitchen sink. That's where they went. They turned the water on, let it run for, like I said, like a minute, and collected their sample. And they told us that we would get the results back either by mail, or they would come back and discuss it with us if the lead level was high.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it was high. By the state regulation, they're supposed to send you the results regardless.
Well, they didn't. We never did. We never got the results. I never got the results to the kit that I picked up from the water department myself and turned it in. I never got results from that. I called a couple of times about that, and they said that that's not something that they normally do.
Send you the results?
Right.
Then why are you doing it in the first place?
Exactly. That was my point.
So, when you sampled it yourself, did you run it too because that's what they were doing?
Nope.
Okay.
I collected it as soon as I turned it on. I collected a sample from both bathrooms and the kitchen. And I did one in the basement. I had 4 bottles. I got 2 samples. So those 4 bottles, I used every last one of those bottles to collect from different places in the house. And I wrote it on there where it came from, what part of the house it came from, and I turned them all in. They said, well, you're only supposed to have 2. You weren't supposed to do all the samples from, like, the basement and every bathroom. Like, well, I didn't know that, but here it is. Like I said, if we didn't have Culligan, we would be worse off.
Yeah.
So I'm stuck paying 2 water bills, of course, but...
And the city water bill is still very high.
Very high. Why does it keep going up?
Right.
Somebody tell me. Make it make sense. I don't get it.
Are the people paying right now in Flint for water they cannot wash in and cannot use and cannot drink? That is poisoning them. That's not American. Are they paying those bills?
I had a rental that we had redone that had been emptied for 8 months, okay? We got a water bill on it back in 2016 for $120.38. No one was living in that house.
We still have to pay water bills, and they overrating on the charges with the water.
A lot of people are getting letters threatening to take their homes if they don't pay. Have you guys gotten those?
Yep. I know a couple of people that done got some foreclosed, about to get their home foreclosed because they got water bills at $7,000, $8,000.
I got a notice yesterday, dated March the 5th. Current penalty has been charged on the past due balance, and your account is now included on the shut-off list.
This right here, you're not gonna take my property for the stinking ass water.
You want to shut off people's water and then put tax liens on their houses where they still can't even use the water. We are worse off now than we were back then. We didn't have shut-offs, we didn't have tax liens.
I just had to get my house out of foreclosure. Yes, I am one of the ones that, because of the water, then you turn around and put another water lien on our house.
$164 is 2 of us. Come on. You know.
You're not using it for anything other than like flushing the toilet, cooking.
That's right. I'm not drinking it. I'm not cooking with it either.
Because I'm going to be straight open and transparent from my own personal belief. That I think this is nothing but a scheme and a conspiracy to run all the poor, poverty-stricken people out of this city.
Well, that's my only question, though. Are they going to do us? You know, this neighborhood. I know that, to me, they're, what do you call it? Genociding this area.
Ethnic cleansing?
Yes, that's what I feel, because there's nothing around here. You know, they taking all the stores away that we have to go way away to go to the store.
They want us out of here. They want to make it a college town, and we are not a fool. We know it. Go up and down the street. Look over there. We have a forest in the daggum city. It was houses there. We don't own that. Land Bank and other places own that.
Everywhere you look, it's a field. There's no longer houses around here. You know what I'm talking about? In every neighborhood, there's no houses. Ain't no kids outside playing. They scared. They don't know what to do. Everybody lost. Everybody in the house. Like, man, look, I'm not going out there. I don't know what they gonna bring. You know what I mean? It's just like I said, we can't drink our water. We can't go outside and play. We ain't got no parks. We gotta go. Everything we do is out of state. They made it that way. We ain't got no elementary schools. We We ain't got no high schools. Only thing they care about is the colleges. You know what I mean? It can be fixed, but it's like, well, we ain't gonna shine no light on no dark situation. We just gonna leave it dark.
Frankly, I'm horrified by the language that was used, and there's just no place for that here.
6 months into her job as executive director of the Genesee County Land Bank, Michelle Wildman is dealing with a PR nightmare. Today, she was handed a resignation letter from one of 5 managers overseeing some 13,000 properties, including abandoned and foreclosed homes. Philip Stair has been with the land bank for over a decade, but his employment came to a screeching halt after the following recording became public.
Don't pay their bills. Believe me, I deal with them.
In the recording, Stair calls Flint residents the N-word and attributes Flint's problems to residents not paying their bills.
Not only did race play a role in this, I think class played a role in this. So I think had this community been made up differently, that either if it had happened, it would have been addressed much quicker.
Communities of color, people who live in poverty, get overlooked all the time. There isn't much that distinguishes Flint from other communities that have been able to get help from the federal government, except that Flint is very poor and it's a majority minority community. Now, if they want to say there's some other difference, speak up.
If Flint were rich and mostly white, would Michigan state government have responded more quickly and aggressively to complaints about its lead-polluted water? Is this a case of environmental racism?
Absolutely not.
My question is, when they offer people fentanyl, do they offer it the second time or the first time or subsequent times? Because, like, if they are going and, like, feeling things out, like, oh, let's go.
I guarantee you the majority of the time they didn't even tell them the symptom.
Right, but I'm saying they go in with these teams and they check the pipes, they check the water, they talk to the resident to, like, feel them out.
I bet you it's the first time after the first results.
Yeah, so
if
that's
they're
what I'm
low,
saying.
yeah.
So we should ask the Sentinel people at what point were you offered this program?
But a lot of them weren't offered to be on the program.
But we do know that some know they were on it.
Yeah.
Did they come in and test themselves, or they just gave you the bottle to do it yourself?
No, they tested.
Okay. Department of Environmental Quality.
Yeah, they was here like maybe 5 times.
Was it just the kitchen, the bathroom too?
The kitchen, just the kitchen.
Okay. And when they did it, do you remember if they turned the water on and took the sample right away, or did they let it run
They
first?
let it run a while.
What's a while? How long?
Oh man, I don't know. They just said they had to let it run enough for the distance between here and from the road to the house.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, then do it. So I don't know more than that.
That's the bullshit they've been telling people.
Oh, can you say bullshit? Yeah, I was thinking that all along.
The folks that came in the first place, were they the core people with the vests?
They had the vest.
Were you watching them when they did it?
Yes, of course I did.
Now, when they came in, did they test just your kitchen or other rooms too?
Just the kitchen.
And did you see whether at first did they turn the water on and put the...
They turned on the water and let it run.
How long?
Oh, approximately 3 minutes.
Did you know that the EPA regulation is... So you could watch the rest of that. If you go and become a member at statuscoup.com/join. So that was a little teaser clip. You can become a member at statuscoup.com/join for the full clip. We are also going to have bonus extras from the documentary for our members. So definitely check it out at statuscoup.com/join, where you can watch the full clip. We also have other behind the scenes clips of Ty kind of editing and working on the documentary. So you could watch his process of how he's come up with the documentary, how he edits it, how he chooses clips and all that. It is kind of, it's very stream of consciousness, because he's been posting his behind the scenes clips. He's been posting essentially while he's working overnight and half conscious. So that's fun to watch. There's one clip he put up just for members that I think's like a half hour that I kind of understood probably 40 to 50% of it, but it was very good. It was kind of like watching Hunter S. Thompson on camera high. But Ty wasn't high, he was just tired. But there is so much work that goes into a documentary. I mean, most of the time for a typical documentary, it could take up to a year to 2 years to do it, and he's doing this really in 6 months. So he's basically been doing it in 4 to 5 months. So we're very excited. We're definitely now that it's getting closer to the final edit, we're going to try to see if there might be some outlets that are interested as far as distribution. But we're definitely going to try to get this out as soon as possible, because it doesn't just affect Flint. It affects all of America, which I'm about to show you, because there's also a lead crisis in Indiana that I covered when I was at the Young Turks. Very, very little corporate media attention to the East Chicago, Indiana crisis, which I just did an interview on yesterday to update you what's going on. The cleanup in East Chicago is being affected by the government shutdown, in addition to other things. And now there's a lead problem in communities near East Chicago. They recently found 23 dead swans that had high lead contamination in one of the rivers there. So obviously the lead is not just in East Chicago, Indiana, which is predominantly Black and Latino, but surrounding towns and cities. So I'm going to show you that interview. But to show you, to keep on stressing how important it is, we have 238 people watching. We now have 119 paid members to Status Quo. Your membership is what's going to help us get in the field. We can't do documentaries if we're not reporting in the field. So we've been able to, or Ty has been able to produce this documentary because we were in the field for weeks covering this and knocking on doors. I think once you see the whole documentary, it's really like, I was kind of stunned. I forgot how much ground we covered in Flint as far as knocking on doors and the people we spoke to. It really was, we say this humbly, in-depth reporting that you don't really see out there anymore. So your support is helping us do it. So I really, really hope, if you haven't checked out the member page, again, statusquo.com/join. And now we are over 3 hours into this super duper duper marathon GoFundMe chat. There's a link one more time. Here is an interview I did with Thomas Frank. He is an environmental activist in East Chicago. Again, it's not just Flint, and it's certainly not just Indiana. There is water problems, there is lead problems, there is PFAS problems all over this country. Here we go.
Hey, it's Jordan. I am here with Thomas Frank, an environmental activist and government agitator in the Indiana area, specifically East Chicago. 2.5 years ago, I believe, East Chicago, which is predominantly African American and Latino, it had lead levels found in exorbitant amounts, particularly in one poor government housing complex that was majority African American. They found lead, arsenic, and not just in that one complex, but citywide, including in the water. So Thomas has been at the forefront of fighting on behalf of, predominantly minority community. And looking now, this was uncovered summer of 2016, so now we're going on year 3. A lot of people think that, before Trump, the EPA was just wonderful and doing its job, and now, the government shut down. Can you kind of talk about what the government shutdown has meant for East Chicago's cleanup, which I put in loose terms?
Right. What might surprise everybody is that when you're a community of color, an economically disparaged community of color like East Chicago, it's as if the government has been shut down for 40 years. And this recent shutdown by Trump is just another example, a more cynical example of how disparaged communities, vulnerable communities, have been neglected. East Chicago, just a simple example, the EPA has been formed over 45 years ago. It took more than 40 years before they were able to or even willing to consider characterizing the land under which this housing complex, West Calumet Complex, was located. It was always known for those whole 40 years that it was located on top of a lead refinery. So this is just another example. We see the same thing in Flint. We see the same thing in Detroit, whether it's Elkhart, south side of Chicago, Gary, Indiana, or even Rosebud. We just see this reservation. We see this across the country. One of the main problems that we face right now with this government shutdown is that the EPA is, in a way, charged with the public health and welfare when it comes to the environment, how the community interacts with the environment. And to shut down that agency, especially when East Chicago, a community like East Chicago is on health support, life support, really is a hard thing.
And so a meeting was canceled that was supposed to be about the Superfund cleanup. But now, I mean, East Chicago, which I've always said, it's a different circumstance than Flint. It's just as serious as Flint. I mean, this is like 40, 50 years of lead contamination and other things that was found in the soil, the air, the water. But now in neighboring communities, Hammond and other areas, basically like right next door, they're finding lead. There was, correct me on the number, but I think like 18 or 19 swans that they found dead with high lead levels. That wasn't in a direct drinking water source, but obviously the lead problem is not just East Chicago.
Right. So our neighboring community is Whiting, Indiana, in Hammond, and this is a neighborhood right on the border there between East Chicago, Hammond, and Whiting. And what happened was, if you remember, one of the last things that Scott Pruitt did was he showed up in the back alley of Whiting to declare another Superfund site. There's an active lead refinery right there that had just gotten an air permit, and he declared a Superfund. Everybody was kind of looking for him. I happened to live stream him on Facebook. I found him. What happened there is that the community suddenly became aware that they were being contaminated, that their land was contaminated. And then not only that, but that the responsible party, which is Whiting Metals, had just received an air permit, and they were never allowed to have a public hearing to interfere with that air permit. Now we've discovered two things. First, that the Whiting Metals has been in violation of the air permit, and now we discovered over 24 dead swan that are showing up right adjacent to between the neighborhood and this facility in a cleaned up area. This is land that had already been cleaned up, and so now it's caused the community to be more vigilant and alarmed that maybe even a cleanup isn't even good enough. Maybe they're just throwing soil over it and not really cleaning it up.
So basically, they're basically just dumping more toxic shit on poor people. Am I getting that wrong?
That's exactly it. I mean, we're what we're called the Calumet Industrial Corridor, and we're just another example of where these bad, no good, dirty, polluting projects end up getting concentrated, and whether it was 50 years ago or today.
So, gee golly, I mean, I know the media is never going to cover this on its own because they don't care, but, Mike Pence, who, by the looks of it, potentially could be president one day, soon, he was governor there for 2 terms, correct? So you have, I know that he went lickety-split when a white community had a lead problem. He didn't go down to East Chicago. He probably hasn't visited Gary often while he was governor. So what kind of government action has happened? Obviously, there wasn't much during Mike Pence, but there's a new governor there. Because I know that Governor Holcomb was, kind of verbally talking a little better when he came in after Pence. But have you been seeing real action? Because according to what I'm seeing, like you said, they're talking about cleanup, but how do you thoroughly clean up, decades of contamination?
Right, and that's exactly what we're faced with. We keep getting what's called capping projects. They like to throw a foot or 2 feet of topsoil on top of the contaminants, and what we're trying to get is cleanup. And that's something the responsible parties aren't willing to do, that being the industry that polluted, and then you have the EPA and Indiana Department of Environmental Management, which are acting as brokers between us and the responsible parties. And from our point of view, we're not being heard. That the EPA and IDEM are concerned more with the responsible parties' financial portfolio than with our health and welfare. So we have not gotten the kind of basic needs you would expect in any community.
And also in the immediate complex, West Calumet complex, which again was majority African American, they shut it down. They've done the demolition. This was where lead levels were found, 200 times the quote allowed limit. I mean, I know the last time I was there, not every child had been tested. They were basically forcing the last remaining people there into other communities, like just handing them an address. This is where you're going. So like Flint, there hasn't really been a real accounting of where are these children now? How much lead were they exposed to? What were their levels? Government assistance in terms of, I doubt they're getting Medicare for all, but expanded healthcare treatment. It seems like kind of a lot of these families have been scattered with no real accounting for what their exposure is.
Yeah, that's exactly right. One of the things that they've done is they've just dispersed the community across the country. One of the first things that we demanded the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, to do is maintain a registry of all affected population. But we weren't only asking for the 1,200 that were just relocated at this moment. We were asking for the entire population that was affected during the last 40 years, that lived there from 5 to 10 to 20. Some of them lived there for 40 years. We think whether they tested today high in lead doesn't mean that they weren't exposed high levels when they were 1 or 2 when they were crawling on the ground, especially with those high levels. So we're really still fighting for healthcare for all, for life in this affected area. That's still a challenge. And when it comes to the government agencies, whether it's at the local, state, or federal level, they're still pointing fingers at each other, trying to find ways out of liability. And that's been a problem for us.
Mm-hmm. And, it's interesting because you see now the Green New Deal movement. And I know you've been an environmentalist way before this. And a lot of focus is on stopping climate change. And obviously, they can only put so much in their portfolio. But there's not as much focus on the damage, not just to the planet, but to communities, I mean, I'm like screaming into a cave still reporting on Flint or East Chicago because it really doesn't get much. I know the Northwest Times there, a local outlet, has followed up. But there really isn't much talk about communities from Flint to East Chicago to North Carolina, which has a water crisis. Right. And, every day it's like there's stuff popping up in Ohio, Massachusetts, Florida. I don't need to tell you. So like you said, the government seems mostly focused on big business and making sure that they slap them on a risk. And I also wanted to ask you, it seems that instead of rebuilding affordable housing, they're trying to develop, economic development in the housing that was shuttered because of the lead.
Yeah, so this is ironic. So in East Chicago, because we're one of the most industrial cities in the country and perhaps the world, in the last 2 decades, 20 years, we've had 3 neighborhoods demolished because of different kinds of contamination because of industry. And when they demolished West Calumet, we've got the mayor to commit to redevelopment towards housing. But when it came to just recently, he just sent a letter to the EPA saying that he wants to redevelop the land for industrial uses. And that's a real problem for us because we're constantly being cannibalized by industry. Only 17%, or less than 17% now, of East Chicago is dedicated to housing. More than 80% is dedicated to industrial uses. And much of that, about 40% of that, is out of use because of its contamination. So this is a real problem that we face. We need to do some real serious cleanups. When it comes to Green New Deal, we're all for that. We happen to be a community that has the largest tar sands refinery in the U.S., that's BP, which was originally Standard Oil, and that's the Rockefellers. What we're really not happy is that the Rockefellers are able to go out and fund green projects. They're able to go fund green and climate change, anti-climate change movies and documentaries, and divest the fossil fuels while they leave the contamination back here for us to deal with. We have more than 16.8 million gallons of oil floating on our water table that the Rockefellers left behind with Standard Oil. They aren't coming back and cleaning up their mess. And that's something we really want to hold their feet to the fire for, is they're responsible for this degradation on the southern shores of Lake Michigan. And they need to fix that.
It's interesting you brought that up, and you probably know of plenty other plutocrats that are kind of caught in their own hype. Because Bill Gates, for example, he's done a lot of climate change. He's put out there as the humanitarian and yada yada. But I've reported on toxic landfills that his waste management company owns, and that they will not. In St. Louis area, there's a toxic waste fill that Bill Gates' investment company owns, and Bill Gates personally withdrew his stock in this, but then his investment company just bought up the stocks that he withdrew, and this is, I think it's the Bridgeton landfill that is right next to a underground methane fire, where I've been in St. Louis. They have children going out to play in masks. I went to this landfill. I had a mask on, and it didn't even do anything because the stench. It is between the landfill, very close up to the underground methane fire. Firefighters there have said we could go to work on it, but they haven't been allowed to. The EPA has not done studies on how close the landfill is to the nuclear waste. So basically, Bill Gates. He plays a part in that. Warren Buffett, CNBC might as well fetishize the man. He's the largest investor in the Dakota Access Pipeline. So this is a long-winded way of saying a lot of the plutocrats enshrined in the corporate media Hall of Fame are actually part of the toxic legacy in communities like East Chicago.
That's exactly so. And we're seeing that again and again. It's so many. We got Warren Buffett, who owns the rail lines here, and many of our land. We used to have a tanker. They used to build tank cars here in East Chicago, and he abandoned that. Though he still owns the land, and it's heavily contaminated. And it's been left behind. We just have so many examples of these big oligarchs. American oligarchs. We don't have to talk about the Russian oligarchs and that Trump is, in cahoots with Russia. We have American oligarchs that have been in cahoots with Russia and other countries, and many other countries as they've globalized. And this is how they've abandoned communities here in the United States. They have damage in the ground, they have damage in the water and in the air, and they aren't addressing it.
Well, let me ask you, because East Chicago, essentially, this was decade long in the making, but it's now spreading to not so poor communities. I mean, you see water problems in middle class neighborhoods in Michigan, PFOA and PFAS. I still can't pronounce what it means, but these are cancer-causing chemicals that they found in Michigan. Oh, Governor Snyder, before he left, he got on that lickety-split. Flint had to wait 18 months. But the point is, the basically industrialization happened not, 50, 60, 70 years ago in these poorer communities, but the effects are now spreading to middle-class communities, white communities, and it seems like the response is quite different by the politicians in those communities.
Yeah, I would definitely say that's the case. But what we're seeing is, when it comes to their drinking water, we industrialize our water systems with lead pipes across the country, but also especially here in Chicagoland area. So it's affected whites, browns, black communities across our region. We happen to be a clarion call. We were able to call them out on it and try to get something done. We still have a long ways to go. My concern, we know that middle class and upper middle class and wealthy communities will find solutions. We are trying to fight for low income or let's say economically disparaged communities, in how to find solutions for them. And that's a huge challenge.
So let me ask you, we did reporting in Flint over the summer on basically the Michigan Department of Environmental Quality cooking the data. Can't get into details, but right now it's in the background being looked at by the new administration, so that's good.
I think we found that same thing in Milwaukee as well.
Yes, shocker, if you let the very agencies causing the contamination then do the testing, they generally find the numbers are just dandy. Anyway, I bring that up because when we were knocking on all these doors, we knocked on 450 doors. I mean, you couldn't go a block without finding out that this one just died of cancer, this one's dying, and not old people, like people in their 40s, people in their 50s. I haven't had the funding to knock on doors in East Chicago, but after the news got out of this decades-long contamination, people were starting to connect some dots, and people were like, oh, I always wondered why all the other women in my age group around here were having the same issues, and upper respiratory, bronchitis, cancers with no family history. Obviously, you don't have the pulse on the whole community, but you're in enough little pockets. Have people been, as this crisis came out in 2016, are more people realizing that their illnesses might have been caused by this?
Right. In East Chicago, when we broke the Superfund story, we were able. That was one of the biggest things that came out of this that was positive. Is that neighbors started talking to each other, and they started realizing that there was a pattern there in terms of their health and their conditions and their children's conditions, and that's something that has triggered them to pursue this. We're finding the exact same thing happening in Whiting and Hammond as well, and that Superfund. It's called the Federated Metals Superfund site. And they're starting to talk to each other, and they're realizing in this Superfund site, or even right outside of it, there has a tremendous high level of dementia and other issues. And they're beginning to talk to each other. This is something that families held secretive for a long time. But now they're beginning to talk, and this pattern is really alerting them to some really serious problems they're scared about, and they're scared that they placed their children in harm's way. One of the things that I happen to benefit from a little bit is that my children also tested very, very high in lead, extraordinarily high, 27 parts per million or milligrams per deciliter. About 10 years before we were able to break open the story in the Superfund site. And that's one of the reasons why I started doing these toxic tours and starting to alert the community. So the trauma that we went through, my wife and I, in trying to address it, is what the trauma that people in the Superfund site, in East Chicago in general, in Gary, in Whiting, and Hammond are just beginning to go through. And it's not easy.
So let me ask you a 360-degree question that has nothing to do, well, it does, but kind of broader. So under Trump, there has been, obviously, if you ask me, I mean, Trump's terrible, but he's not George W. Bush. We've kind of sanitized George W. Bush because America has very short-term memory. But racism is so viscerally out there because of his words, his policies, this and that, and people kind of look at the Democratic Party as like, oh, they're anti-Trump and they're better than Trump. But a lot of these policies that, they're not tweeting racist things from the Democrats sound nice. They go to the black churches and rah, rah, rah. I've seen it. But their policies are not, are just as devastating in a lot of areas because they're bought off by big business too. They're just kinder in the way they talk. And they're more, I would say, they're more silently damaging African-American communities. But when I say that, I'm talking down to black people, or I'm explaining to black people. I've seen this on Twitter. I said, hey, Joe Biden, he drafted the crime bill, which kind of caused mass incarceration, and I'm racist for saying that. So you've been on the front lines of all this environmental activism. Is the answer just to throw any Democrat in the White House to get rid of Trump? Is that going to help East Chicago, Flint, these other places we're talking about? Not at all. So this is a working class community, and we've been a Democratic stronghold for as far as memory can even think of. What we've gone through in those last 40 years is the neoliberal era.
And I think they just kind of resulted in a Trump. They've been moving and drifting to the right. The Democratic Party is a right-wing party. They are a capitalist party, not unlike the Republicans. They just have a different set of corporations than the Republicans have. The Republicans are much more invested in fossil fuel, the Koch brothers. The Democrats are invested in Google and some of the high-tech industries. And we're going to find some contamination issues there. We've been neglected for those 40 years under the EPA, under Democratic rule, for these last 40 years. And it didn't matter whether it was a Republican or a Democrat in office. So, yeah, it does matter. I've been somebody that's been trying to push ourselves further to the left to individuals that are actually meeting, I don't want to say individuals, movements that are actually meeting to address the problems that we face. There is no people power. At this moment, with the EPA, for example, when we have meetings, they come to the residents last. They have at least 8 or 9 other stakeholders, interests, and whether it's the previous responsible party, the corporation, whether it's the state, whether it's the EPA that's trying to mitigate against their liabilities, whether it's the city or the landowner. And each one of these interests are trying to cherry pick voices from the community to do their work for them. We, in the Calumet Lives Matter, have been organizing the whole community to give voice to them and to fight with people power. We try not to put an interest ahead of the people's interests. And that's something we're starting to see growing in our region. It's not been easy, but our entire region, we're starting to see that. And I think if we're not looking to organize around electoral politics. We're looking to build movements, and where people are able to take responsibility for themselves. So when there's a candidate, it's a candidate that comes from a movement, that we've pushed them forward, or that group pushed them forward. Not that an individual comes here and just starts talking, saying, "Oh, I'm for you." Right. We want to have a track record of work behind us. We've seen that with Bernie Sanders. We've seen that with Ocasio-Cortez. She was pushed forward by the Democratic Socialists of America because of the work that she had been doing. We're seeing that in communities around the country, even in Indiana. So I've never seen this kind of organizing. So in one sense, it's been positive.
Well, what's interesting going to Indiana, so Joe Donnelly, when he lost by a good amount, he said, well, the reason he lost, you can't win in Indiana on Medicare for all and these things. Well, Bernie Sanders won the Indiana primary. So, yeah, Indiana is generally conservative, but I think we're starting to realize that if certain candidates can talk to more traditionally conservative people in the language that they understand, Medicare for all is pretty damn popular now. It's at 70%. Free public college is at 60%. A Green New Deal is at 81%. So I think there's a lot more working class people out there and, subconscious progressive people than people realize. Your thoughts?
I completely concur. I mean, we saw de Blasio make the announcement this last week that he wants to provide health care for all for those residents in New York City. I'm not certain the details of that, but he's including immigrants. He's including unemployed people.
By the way, that affects me. My health care is running out. I'm on COBRA. I think I only have a few months left. Yeah.
That is a wonderful. That's a way to retain power within your community, and that helps the community and helps residents to be able to organize community. If they don't have to work so hard, 2 jobs just to get health care, they can then set up public meetings. They can talk to each other. They can take care of their family. They can do a lot of things. It's a start. It's not. It's a human right, and it's a start to addressing this wrong that's been there for a long time.
And I also want to make a point to something you said before. The Republicans, it's more of a clear line to the fossil fuel industry, but a lot of people don't realize the Democrats basically indentured servitude to Wall Street. Wall Street's heavily invested in a lot of these fossil fuel projects. Wall Street's heavily invested in companies like Dow Chemical and this and that. So I happen to know from conversations I've had, these Democrats it might not be that they're taking money from ExxonMobil directly, but they are very much looking for money from Wall Street, and Wall Street likes the Warren Buffetts of the world, the Bill Gates of the world, and these kinds of companies that have done so much damage to East Chicago. Last question about East Chicago. So one thing I've seen is when these events come to the national forefront, and unfortunately, I did everything I could, but I don't think East Chicago was treated the same way Flint was. You didn't even have the swarm of all the cameras for a week, which happened in Flint, and then they all went away. You didn't even have that in East Chicago. But I think people kind of originally, in the beginning, there's a real energy among residents and activists coming together. They're angry, they're galvanized, they're trying to figure out what they could do. And then, as the government basically lets them fend for themselves, people kind of become more hopeless. Residents, there's like resident on resident squabbles, and the movement, we've seen it in East Chicago and other places, for environmental justice kind of fades a little bit, because people just say, well, this is what it is. It's an oligarchy. It's an American empire, and they're just going to leave us to die. What's been the energy now in East Chicago? Are people still, other than you, fighting? Because the cleanup, like you said, isn't really a full cleanup. There's not even discussion, as far as I know, about like a Medicare for all on the local level for people that have been damaged by this.
I think what we had for the first year and a half is that we had a lot of people organizing quickly and fast, and the community came out. It's hard to sustain that level for so long unless there is a system in place that can sustain them to keep coming out. So we've seen some ebbs and flows. But yeah, the community is still organizing against and for themselves when it comes to the Superfund site. And we are spreading. This is a whole corridor of industry. And so we're moving into other communities in addressing other issues as well. So there are many, many groups that are forming. It is hard. One of the hardest things that we face is, especially when Scott Pruitt was EPA chief, he had what he called this Superfund czar, Albert Kelly. And Albert Kelly would come to East Chicago constantly, and he would try to cherry pick individuals. He would try to deal with an individual and give them rewards, one over another, and started to seed a lot of that discontent.
Divide and conquer.
Yes, we saw a lot of that, and we had to work through that. Our community is divided, and I wish it wasn't. Everybody wishes that there'd be a united, but I think that's okay. Each interest can fight for themselves as long as those are community interests. What we find is that these big powers like to step in and use the community, and they'll float some dollars to an individuals that will fight their fight for them, and that's been the most difficult thing.
And on top of lead, like you were talking about, there's now basically they're dumping PCBs onto the community.
Right. This is the thing that I've been trying to bring more and more attention to. Is 2 days before the federal government shut down, the EPA and IDEM announced that they were approving an Army Corps of Engineers permit to create the largest PCB dump in the country right next to our high school. And that's caused us the last month not to be able to respond to anybody. There's nobody in the government to respond to. So this is something that we feel is very, very cynical. And this is unlike the Superfund site where we're trying to fight against and get something cleaned up. This is something that's doing additional harm to the community, and especially the most vulnerable, our children. And so we're really looking to try to blow that fight out.
And you could do better justice than I can, but PCBs they're human carcinogens. They could cause cancer. They right. In addition to a lot of other things. So what was the rationale they gave for dumping it on East Chicago, which literally is trying to barrel its way out of essentially lead poisoning?
So this is hilarious. This is an absolutely cynical thing. They told us that none of the responsible parties, or let's say, and none of the businesses that utilize the canal wanted to pay for taking those PCBs somewhere else or cleaning them up, neutralizing them. Their argument is that nobody wanted to pay for it. Well, why would somebody voluntarily want to pay for it? We do know that somebody's responsible for those PCBs there. We can go to those responsible parties and say, you have to pay for it. Here, they're just telling us, and this is the EPA, our so-called Democratic heroes in this fight against Trump, are telling us that nobody wants to pay for it. So we can't force them. We don't want to force them to pay for it. And so it has to go next to your high school.
So let me ask you, because I've actually been curious about this myself. So if you want to look up a politician nationally, you go to like opensecrets.org and you see who they're taking money from. But the EPA, it's not like a direct donation relationship where the EPA gets donations from Exxon. But the EPA essentially, it seems, works for business. So why is that? This has been long before President Trump. So why is that? Is that because the overall government is bought off? So the EPA, by extension, its marching orders are, put some regulations in there, but don't upset business.
Well, it's a complicated thing. There are a lot of very good rank and file workers that mean very well and want to do as much as they can under the constraints that they have. And then there are all the political appointees. And then there is also all what we call regulatory capture, where industry has placed their own people in the regulatory agencies in the EPA to do their bidding for them. And so the EPA is a very complex entity now. It's hard to figure out who's who and who's on your side. And that's been a problem. Good. So the EPA was formed in 1972. And in East Chicago, where we had over 100 years of industrialization, they weren't going to give up power to the EPA that easy. So what East Chicago did, and what the industries did here, is they formed their own environmental department. So for the first 20 years of the EPA, in East Chicago, Gary and Hammond had their own environmental departments which issued permits and did enforcement. Of course, there were no enforcement acts. So it wasn't until 1992 that they shut down those departments. In 1988, IDEM, Indiana Department of Environmental Management, formed and took over those responsibilities. So there's been this handoff of interest. So now, if you know IDEM, it's basically an economic development tool. They don't see themselves as being responsible for the protection of the environment and the community.
And just so people know, IDEM is essentially Indiana's EPA.
It's Indiana's EPA, and one of the things to kind of remember is Pence. Pence, his family used to own an oil company called Kyle Oil. They had more than $8 million of environmental damage, and instead of addressing that, they decided to declare bankruptcy and never clean up what their damage was. Pence, whose brother is Greg Pence, just was elected to the Congress. When they shut down their oil company, Mitch Daniels, who was governor at that time, appointed him the #2 man at IDEM. So they had $8 million of environmental damage. They shut down their company, and he gets appointed to head of IDEM. And he was the efficiency czar. And now he's a congressman in Congress.
This was a great segue to my final question. So I see Tom Steyer, he's doing his commercials to impeach Donald Trump. Obviously, there's a huge, not just natural movement to impeach him, but kind of a money-making movement as well. I'm no cheerleader for Donald Trump, but I've always said be careful what you wish for, because I think Mike Pence is a much more radical, competent man who is in lockstep with the Republican Party, much more competent as far as legislation, maneuvering. I don't think you'd really see this government shutdown with a President Pence. Frankly, I think you could have got rid of Obamacare under a President Pence. You're living in Indiana. I've interviewed people on Pence there. What are your thoughts for the people that want to impeach Donald Trump? What would a President Pence look like?
I would say beware. President Pence is probably going to be your nightmare. He has relationships in government. He has relationships with with corporate interests. He knows how to accomplish things. He's competent in that respect. He was able to do it in Indiana. And
by the way, not to interrupt you, but Indiana ranks at the top of least environmental regulation.
Exactly. I mean, for many reasons. I always call Indiana the most northern southern state in the union. We literally miss the bandwagon in the early 19th century, the progressive era. So our Constitution doesn't really have rights, human rights, that it's based on. These are a lot of corporate interests that have always had control. And we have a huge hurdle to overcome. And Pence has been able to maximize the legal framework that we live in. And that's been a problem for us.
And he's also, as far as I could see, a really, really radical Christian fundamentalist.
Yes.
So when you're talking about all these things popping up, LGBT rights, obviously black and brown people getting more involved in politics, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, we just got the first 2 Muslim women elected to Congress. Mike Pence isn't exactly like going to be right out at those congratulatory or protests on behalf of those types of people.
Yeah, that's a problem. I mean, we're in a difficult time, but I am, with all due respects, the Trump administration has created a blowback, and I'm starting to see organizing with the Democratic Socialists and others that are growing their base, and I think that's been positive. And so far as we're going to be able to continue to do that. Mm-hmm. So, an impeachment of Trump, I'm not certain that's going to be the best thing for the country.
And my last question, I know I said that 3 questions ago. How could people in their communities who might not actively know if there's a water problem, a soil problem, a lead problem, how do people kind of protect themselves? Is it they contact their water departments or environmental agencies and ask, what are you testing for? How do people get information? Because I can tell you, I know you know this, water problems are nationwide, and you might not know it's a problem now, but it's very likely there's been some type of legacy pollution in your community.
Right. I wouldn't ask for tests. They've been passing over and over despite the problems. What I would do is I'd ask your government officials, your city and state, is what's the infrastructure? Is it lead-based, pipes? That is something to ask about. We do know that in Indiana we've got over $3.2 billion of lead-based pipes in the state that needs to be remediated or replaced. And that, I think, will give you the clue what's the problem is. You definitely want to filter your water, especially if you have an older infrastructure. So I think if I was just to say one thing, it's just to know what is the infrastructure.
Yeah. Thank you for taking the time. When I get the funding, I think I'm going to have to take your toxic tour. I never took it in Indiana. Thanks, Thomas.
All right, thank you so much.
Cool.
Hey, this is Jordan, back at ya. I hope you liked that segment. It was really, really fun talking to Thomas again. Thomas is one of the most passionate, active, aggressive activists out there. I met him in East Chicago in 2016. He has been advocating for the black and brown community there that has been poisoned by lead that was basically dumped on them for 30 years in East Chicago. He is somebody that there are activists like him all over the country, but essentially they never get any airtime on a CNN or the New York Times. They never get any, they don't get much traction anywhere. So it's important that, the best we can to give them a microphone, to keep their issues in the limelight, because they are not, East Chicago, these kinds of things keep happening. It keeps happening because the media doesn't cover it. The media doesn't cover East Chicago. The media doesn't cover Flint. The media doesn't cover North Carolina. The media doesn't cover all of these communities that are being screwed, all of these communities that are being harmed. So I hope you enjoyed that segment. I'm not going to lie to you. If I'm keeping it real, it's been kind of slow today. We haven't been raising as much as we normally do. So I'm hoping if you got a few bucks, let us know in the Super Chat or the GoFundMe. We are trying to raise this money so we have enough money to cover the campaign. We want to be able to cover the campaign. Bernie, from everything I'm hearing, is going to be announcing in the next few weeks. As far as I can tell, there is not a ton of media that's going to, independent media, I should say, capital independent media, that is going to be out there to cover Bernie's campaign. You're going to have a lot of CNN propaganda. You're going to have a lot of, Politico, the Washington Post. Washington Post did 16 negative stories in one day in 2016. Maybe they'll go for 30. Maybe they'll go for 50 this go around. So this is part of what we're fundraising for. So we have enough funding to cover, I don't know about the whole campaign, because campaign coverage costs a lot of money, but at least a good portion of the campaign. So there is the GoFundMe link one more time. I'll put the membership link. We have gotten so far today three new paid members per month. So definitely consider checking out the membership page at statuscoup.com/join. And I have to go early, but my last segment of the day, I want to report to you and relay to you. There's now another Democrat running. It looks like it's going to be 30 or so Democrats running for office. It is Julian Castro. Julian Castro, who is running, he was the former HUD secretary. And Julian Castro strikes me a little bit like the Latino Obama, if you ask me, from 2008. So let's take a look at Julian Castro's record. And here is some of his announcement yesterday. We'll go through it. If you haven't liked the live stream yet, go ahead and do that.
We'll be making a very important announcement. To my mom, see us. First of all, I want to say a big thank you to my mom. I bet there are a lot of y'all that may have come here to see her instead of me. You know, my mom grew up on this west side of San Antonio, and she got involved in politics a long time ago because she wanted to improve her community here on the west side to make sure that folks had basic things like streets and drainage. And so she got active back then in the Young Democrats, and then she ran when she was 23 years old with this slate called the Committee for Barrio Betterment. And their slogan was, give government back to the people. Back then, as y'all remember, they didn't have single-member districts, so very few women and people of color ever got elected. All of that slate of the Committee for Barrio Betterment lost in April of 1971. But on election night, one of the local reporters asked her how she felt. She felt that she felt good about what they had done and that they'd be back. Well, Mom, I think we're back. You know, so many journeys for me and for my family have started right here. And today we begin another one. In this journey, I am so lucky to have an incredible partner in my wife, Erica. And a wonderful inspiration in our daughter, who many of y'all know, Karina.
So far, have you heard anything on what he's going to do for the country? Have you heard anything on what he's going to do for the country? Nope. Thank you, Notary S, $9.99 in the super chat. Have you heard anything on what he's going to do for the country? Not a thing. We continue.
And in our little one, Christian. So I want to thank each and every one of you as well for being here today and joining us. What a great crowd we got out here. I also want to take a moment to say thank you to the press who are here You know, there was a time when Joaquin and I thought we were going to go into journalism. And so I know that the press work hard and that they are the friend of the truth in this country. Thank you very much for being here. So this is a special place for all of us, this west side of San Antonio. This is the place where my grandmother Victoria came in 1922 when she immigrated from Mexico as a 7-year-old orphan. It's where she grew up.
If you remember, Barack Obama's 2007, 2008 speeches always began with his wonderful grandma raising him and all that his grandma did for him.
She worked hard for years as a maid, a cook, and a babysitter while raising my mom as a single parent. It's where my mother became an activist, working to improve the quality of life for her own community. It's where my brother, Joaquin, and I were raised by my mom, where we went to school. We were baptized just over there at the Guadalupe Church. We got a great public school education just a few blocks away, and I had the honor of serving these neighborhoods as mayor of San Antonio for 5 years. Now, this morning, I rode the number 68 bus with my brother down Guadalupe Street, like we did so many times when we were kids. Only this time, I brought my daughter Karina with me. That was the same route that we used to take with my mother to get to school.
Jesus, we're 5.5 minutes in. Are you going to say anything that you're for? Are you going to give one specific policy proposal? For the love of God.
Or to go to her work during the summer. I want you all to look around this neighborhood. There are no front runners that are born here, but I've always believed that with big dreams and hard work, anything is possible in this country.
Anything is possible if you're well connected to donors, rich. Anything's possible if you're that.
This community is a community like so many others across the nation. A community of good people, of humble people. People who go to work early and stay late, oftentimes at more than one job, so they can provide for their family. When they go to bed at night, they say hopeful prayers. They want their children to do well. They want good health. They want the dignity that comes from a good job and the peace of mind that comes from being able to retire on their own terms. This is a community built by immigrants. Families from Mexico, but also families from Germany and from other countries. It's a community also built by Native Americans. Families who worked to build a future. Folks who came here to serve our country at Fort Sam Houston and Lackland and Randolph Air Force Base. And today, this community represents America's future. Diverse, fast-growing, optimistic, a place where people of different backgrounds have come together to create something truly special.
You ain't running for San Antonio president. You're running for president of the United States. And 7 minutes in, I have not heard one fucking word on policy.
And I'm proud to call myself a son of San Antonio. You know, 6 years ago, I had the honor of standing before the Democratic National Convention. I said then that the American dream is not a sprint or even a marathon, but a relay.
Ugh.
My story wouldn't be possible without the strong women who came before me and passed me the baton. Because of their hard work, I have the opportunity to stand in front of you today. My family story wouldn't be possible without a country that challenged itself to live up to the promise of America. That was the point of the American dream. It wasn't supposed to be just a dream. America was a place where dreams could become real.
Oh.
But the thing is that right now, the relay isn't working.
The relay isn't working. Yeah, a relay is a game. Maybe it's not working because your party, the Democratic Party, is helping extremist conservatives rig the game.
Today, we're falling backwards instead of moving forward. And the opportunities that made America the America that we love, those opportunities are reaching fewer and fewer people. Today, we're at risk of dropping that baton. And that's why we're all here this morning, because we're going to make sure that the promise of America is available to everyone in this 21st century.
I've heard that before.
You see, I learned from my mother so many years ago in this community that when we want change, we don't wait for change, we work for it. When my grandmother got here almost 100 years ago, I'm sure that she never could have imagined that just 2 generations later, one of her grandsons would be serving as a member of the United States Congress, and the other would be standing with you here today to say these words: I am a candidate for President of the United States of America.
So, yeah, you get the point. You get the point. So, with complete respect to Grandma Castro, this is not meant disrespectfully against the Grandma Castro. Of course, all due respect to his, Mama Castro, who he talked about. Are you going to do anything specific for the American people? Because I don't really give a damn what your grandma did. And I don't really give a damn about your personal upbringing. I'm sorry, I don't. I care about what are you going to do? And nowhere in that speech did Julian Castro call for the need for Medicare for all. Nowhere in that speech did he call for the need for free public college. Nowhere did he talk about climate change. Did you hear him say a word about climate change? I didn't hear him. I heard him playing identity politics, which the Kamala Harris crowd says I'm racist if I bring up identity politics. They say identity politics equals civil rights. I'm sorry, and some of you might not like what I'm about to say, but this man sounds a whole lot like Barack Obama in 2007 and 2008, talking about the need to heal the world, to bring us together to a post-partisan era. Hey, I know, I was hoodwinked by Obama. I'm sure a lot of you were hoodwinked by Obama in 2008. But this is not. This is what we've been getting from the Democratic Party forever and ever and ever. And to tell you the truth, it was a lot easier to find for you and to report on Tulsi Gabbard's record, because she has a real long record. He was a mayor of San Antonio and the director of the Housing and Urban Development Department. So it's not that much of a record to go on. But he wants to run for president. He was also angling in 2016 to be Hillary Clinton's vice president. His record, it's bad, but it's not as bad as other people who have served in Congress, and you could see who their donors are. His donors are a little bit more muddied because he was the director of Housing and Urban Development, so you don't really get donations from that. Why am I red? I can't tell you why I'm red. Maybe I'm under the weather. I don't know why I'm coming up red. But, and by the way, somebody was criticizing us for fundraising or something like that, then don't watch. I'd rather ask the audience for funds than to beg special interests. So, that's what we're going to do. We're going to keep on fundraising. We're going to keep on coming here live Sunday, reporting to you what other people will not report And hopefully you'll keep supporting us so we can go in the field and cover hacks like this and cover Tulsi Gabbard and Bernie Sanders and the actual progressive candidates that are going to run. So, but in the very little I could find about Julian Castro's record, not so good. Not so good. With Bernie Sanders' durability exciting progressives at their potential to shape the Democratic race, a coalition of groups, many of them backed by the Vermont senator, are launching a preemptive strike against the Housing and Urban Development Secretary, Julian Castro, aimed at disqualifying him from consideration to be Hillary Clinton's running mate. Of course, this is Politico, so a lot of this is propaganda. Tuesday morning, the group emailed petitions to several million people attacking Castro on the relatively obscure issue of his handling of mortgage sales and launching a website with an unsubtle address, "Don't sell our homes to Wall Street." Yeah, that relatively obscure issue of him selling foreclosed on homes to Wall Street banks that led to those homes being foreclosed on. Look at that. They're just as open with their political aims to publicly discredit Castro as a progressive, latching on to the mortgage issue to seed enough suspicion to keep him off Clinton's shortlist. Quote, "It's a situation where the Clinton campaign wants Castro to be a major asset to her chances of winning the White House, and unless he changes his position related to foreclosures and loans, he'll be a toxic asset to the Clinton campaign," said Matt Nelson, the managing director for PresentDay.org, the nation's largest Latino organizing group that focuses on social justice. Quote, "All year, we've seen the candidates tripping over themselves to show how tough they'll be on Wall Street," said Kurt Walters, the campaign manager for Root Strikers, a 501c4 group of Demand Progress and its 2 million affiliated activists, who's planning to deliver the petitions to Castro's office when they're ready. Quote, "Then to turn around and take a step backwards on that exact question and put someone who has been doing the exact opposite. I think it would be tough for a lot of people who care about Wall Street accountability to get excited about that pick." By the coalition's calculations, HUD under Castro has sold 98% of the long delinquent mortgages it acquired through a program aimed at preventing foreclosures to Wall Street banks under Castro's watch, without anywhere near the number of needed strings attached. Of course, HUD said that figure is way off. And Nelson and Walters say that for a politician who's aiming to be considered the vice presidential prospect for both progressives and minority, Castro has done too much to help private equity firms like Blackstone instead of Black and Latino communities. Quote, "If Secretary Castro fails to create significant momentum in terms of stopping the sales of mortgages to Wall Street, then I do think it disqualifies him. But there's time left on the clock," said Jonathan Weston, the director of New York Community for Change, which was formed out of remains of the community activist group Acorn. "I think a lot of the progressive movement would not be in support of a Castro ticket if he fails to make traction here." So, what basically, in English, Julian Castro, as the director of Housing and Urban Development, instead of foreclosed homes, trying to come up with programs to make them affordable for working people, maybe to figure out a way to get the people that you foreclosed on back in their homes, since those homes mostly were foreclosed on because of the greed and illegal behavior. Oh, I sound like Bernie. The greed and illegal behavior of Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Citigroup, JP Morgan, I could go on and on. Instead of actually trying to take those foreclosed homes on, many of you watching could have had your homes foreclosed on and put those people back in those homes, refinance their mortgages that they collapsed on. He sold 98% of those mortgages to Wall Street banks. That's like giving an arsonist the contract to rebuild the house that he burned down. Let me say that again. That's like giving an arsonist who burned down the house the contract to rebuild the house. And this guy's talking about his grandma and, bootstraps. It's unbelievable. And again, he's like a blank slate. He's like Beto O'Rourke. That's what they think. Beto O'Rourke does have a record because he served in Congress for several years. This guy doesn't have direct donors because he was the HUD secretary. But so all you could do is look at what he did as HUD. So that's one very, very not so progressive thing he did as HUD. And he better have answers for that. Better have answers for that. Another thing, and this comes to you from Dallas Observer, which is an alternative independent outlet in Dallas. Again, the importance of independent outlets, alternative media, to get the truth out. I didn't know this until I read about it this morning. Julian Castro really hurt the movement for desegregation in Dallas. If former San Antonio Mayor Julian Castro wants to be president of the U.S., maybe he'll come back to Dallas and tell us why, when he was President Barack Obama's Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, he killed our best shot at overcoming racial segregation. Castro is testing the waters for a 2020 bid. On his website, he says, quote, "Today, more than ever, we must work together to build an America where everyone, no matter who we are or where we come from, can thrive." And let me put this article in the super chat link if you want to read along. So, oops, wrong one. Where did that go? But his best chance to do something concrete for equality came barely 4 months into his 2-year tenure as the boss at HUD. HUD had been investigating racial segregation in Dallas for 4 years and was just about to bring down the hammer when Castro took office. In a sweetheart deal with Dallas mayor, Castro deep-sixed the investigation, threw his own investigators at HUD under the bus, and let Dallas off with a kiss instead of a hammer. The HUD finding in Dallas was exactly the kind of case Castro's predecessor at HUD, Sean Donovan, had vowed to begin going after for a change. Donovan, Obama's second HUD secretary, promised early on to pursue the deceptively benign-sounding policy of, quote, affirmatively furthering fair housing, which you and I might more readily recognize under its real name for racial desegregation. For these purposes, it doesn't matter too much whether we are for that or against it. Federal laws say if a city takes federal money intended to promote desegregation, think of it like taking federal dollars intended to decrease pollution and using the money instead to buy tanker trucks to dump poison into rivers. Just not right. But that's just what the 4-year federal probe said Dallas had been doing for a decade. Citing national research and court law, the report said so-called, quote, affordable housing in American cities actually comes down to housing for Black and Hispanic working class and poor people and people with disabilities. A city that uses HUD money to encourage the development of apartment projects must ensure that a majority of those apartments will go to people in certain specified categories. The way things work in the world today, the lion's share of those people are going to be non-white. In case anybody was unclear where the city wanted its more white and less white apartments, HUD investigators found city officials had drawn an official map dividing the city into southern and northern hemispheres, with downtown in the northern half. So to be clear, this map was drawn before Julian Castro became the Housing and Urban Development Director. So this was under Barack Obama's administration. His HUD, his first HUD director, basically was showing that Dallas and real estate developers there and the mayor of Dallas was essentially drawing a segregated map so that affordable housing wouldn't be put in where white people live. It wouldn't be put in downtown Dallas where they're trying to gentrify like everywhere else in this country, but it would be put where affordable housing already was, i.e. segregation, segregated housing. The report said the evidence shows that there was a pattern of negative reactions to projects that would provide affordable housing in the northern sector of Dallas, and those decisions were inconsistent with the goals required by HUD program obligations. At one point, Dallas city officials discovered that a new federal bond program for housing threatened to mess up their map. City Hall had counted on using the new bonds to spur redevelopment downtown. But after accepting hundreds of millions of dollars in new bond authorization, the city learned that to its dismay that the bonds, called Housing and Economic Recovery Act, or HERR bonds, carried an ironclad requirement that any multifamily housing project funded with the HERR bonds had to include at least 51% affordable units. HUD money was always supposed to carry that requirement, but Dallas and many other officials for decades have been able to skate out of the requirement by getting HUD to grant waivers. With backing from Obama, Donovan had decreed a new no more waivers policy, and the rules for the HERR bonds were the first hard incursion of that policy. Once Dallas found out that the HERR bonds wouldn't allow waivers, the city couldn't get rid of them fast enough. The HUD report on Dallas said, quote, the city did not use any of the HERR bonds that were allocated to it. In April 2010, the city voted to return at least $75 million to the state for use by a group out of Austin, Texas. The remainder of the bonds was allowed to expire. The investigation of Dallas was spurred by two real estate developers, Curtis Lockey and Craig McKenzie, who in 2010 accused Dallas of sabotaging their proposed renovation of a downtown office tower, launched in 2007. Backed by recordings of meetings and other evidence, Lockey and McKenzie said city officials pulled the rug out from under their deal, effectively killing their funding, because city officials were afraid their renovated downtown tower would become home to too many minorities. The city told HUD investigators that it rejected Lockey and McKenzie because of the problems with their financing. But after going through deal after deal between the city and other downtown developers, the HUD investigators decided they didn't buy the city's story. To expedite this story, the handsome Castro came into office. Once he arrived at HUD, he found the agency just about to bring down the hammer on Dallas. So what did he do? He reversed it. HUD wanted a lot before Castro got there. It wanted the city town where they were building up and gentrifying. It wanted an end to affordable housing projects being stuffed into already segregated, tough neighborhoods. It wanted those projects shifted out into wider, more affluent areas instead. But the big one was this. HUD demanded that the Dallas City Council enact an ordinance requiring all multifamily landlords in the city to accept federal Section 8 housing vouchers. To the Dallas real estate establishment, this was still an anathema. Castro had been in office merely months when he was called by Dallas Mayor Mike Rawlings. Nominally a Democrat, but really a Democrat in name only, Rawlings is a wealthy former advertising executive and investor selected to be mayor by the private and powerful Dallas Citizens Council. Rawlings said later he had spoken to Castro about the Dallas case 3 times on the phone. Apparently the third call was the charm. Castro caved. The brand new secretary decreed his agency's own investigators had screwed up their investigation, looked at all the wrong things, and left out key evidence. Castro said he didn't agree with the proposed settlement. Shock. So, in English, because that was a very long story, and here's the link one more time if you want to read it. And thank you, Joseph Ballin, breaking. Trump regime asking for options by the Pentagon to attack Iran. Oh, God. Not shocking at all. And frankly, probably Trump's way of distracting from damaging reports that came out this weekend. Thank you, Joseph, for letting me know that. I'll look into that in a little bit. Maddie Perry, $1.99. Sorry I'm late, Jordan. I've had a hectic morning. That's okay, Maddie. Better late than never. So basically, Julian Castro reversed the HUD secretary before him decision to force Dallas to stop racial housing segregation. This, he talks about in his opening speech, we're gonna, everyone has to have the same opportunities in America without giving any policy or no substance. Everybody needs to give, have the same opportunity in America. Well, why did you reverse a HUD program that was about to drop the hammer, like that article said, on Dallas for racial segregation? The HUD, before Julian Castro came in, was trying to force at least 51% of affordable housing for at least 51% of downtown to have affordable housing. Why would Julian Castro reverse that? Could it be that He works for big real estate developers rather than minority communities like Latinos and African Americans that would be helped by affordable housing. Again, we don't have a huge record to go on here, folks. He was a mayor of San Antonio, and he was the director of housing and urban development. So as director of housing and urban development, he sold foreclosed homes foreclosed on by Wall Street banks to, here, say it with me, Wall Street banks. Again, letting the arsonist who just burned down the house be the one that gets the contract to rebuild the house. John Doe, I already talked about PAYGO like 2 weeks ago. Where you been, John Doe? But he also reversed a HUD investigation, saying that the HUD investigators, before he came in, they didn't know what they were looking at. They looked at the wrong things, and basically gave a huge, huge kiss, a huge sloppy wet kiss to Dallas's real estate developers, who I'm sure are going to pay him back now that he's running for office. He basically reversed HUD's impending decision to force Dallas to stop racial housing segregation. Yeah, this is the new progressive hope for America. I mean, I'll read to you what some of his policy positions supposedly are. I'm pretty suspect on all of this, but I'll read to you what they say it is. Castro has criticized President Donald Trump for withdrawing from the Paris Climate Change Accord. Castro's overall approach in public affairs was to try to convince businesses to increase their reliance on renewable energy voluntarily. Yeah, because businesses are going to definitely decrease their carbon emissions and pollutions just because you asked them kindly, sir. He wants to establish universal pre-K education, which he did as mayor of San Antonio. He established pre-kindergarten program. He supports universal pre-kindergarten nationally. I'm not opposed to that. Gun control, he's for a universal background checks, ban assault weapons, for that. Says he's for Medicare for all, but if you're for Medicare for all, why didn't you talk about it in your announcement speech that was being nationally televised? So, there's a lot of people that said they were for Medicare for all. Barack Obama said he was for a single-payer system. Then he gave us a Republican health care plan. So I want to know who's been fighting for Medicare for all before they ran for president, not now. Because he wasn't talking about Medicare for all when he was trying to become Hillary Clinton's vice president. I can promise you that. I remember I was on the campaign trail. Julian Castro wasn't for Medicare for all when he was on the campaign trail. On ICE, he wants to allow a pathway to citizenship for most undocumented immigrants, reconstitute U.S. immigration and customs enforcement. Castro supports comprehensive immigration reform, including a path to citizenship for most of the estimated 11 million undocumented people in the United States. Castro opposes Trump's border wall plan and instead has proposed securing the border by using technology and a more efficient legal immigration process. Okay, I mean, immigration is an easy thing to be right on. Abortion should remain legal after 20 weeks. Gay marriage is a protected right. He's good on those issues, but on the economy, I don't see it. Syria, withdraw U.S. presence over a planned period of time. Of course, we always hear in a planned period of time, and that planned period of time means never. And he strongly supported NAFTA when he was mayor of San Antonio, but now he says the agreement should be renegotiated. So, for NAFTA when he was mayor of San Antonio. So I think what you're seeing here, folks, is a kind of policy by the polls. He's reading the polls. He's seeing that Medicare for all is now at 70% approval. He's seeing that people don't like NAFTA, and that was a big thing that Donald Trump successfully ran on, being against NAFTA. But where were you when it was politically courageous to be for these things? Again, it wasn't for Medicare for all in 2016 when he was doing everything humanly possible to be named Hillary Clinton's vice president. I've never heard him talk about free public college. In his announcement speech, at least the part that I saw, he didn't say a word about climate change. So I got to tell you, number one, I don't think Julian Castro has the experience to be president of the United States. And number two, I don't think Julian Castro has the consistent, progressive record to be president of the United States. I don't care what you say now. I care what your record is. You don't have a big record. Do we want to elect another person without a record that sounds wonderful and lifts our spirits and talks about bringing people together who, at the same time, at night, are literally meeting with Wall Street executives, fossil fuel executives, big pharma executives, real estate developers? I think we've been there, done that. So I will report more on Julian Castro's record. I will report more. It looks like Sherrod Brown, Senator of Ohio, is beginning to make waves about possibly running for president. Kamala Harris is going to be running for president. So we'll keep reporting on their records as more people formally announce, but we'll put these videos up after the fact so that you could see our reporting on Julian Castro and Tulsi Gabbard. So before I go, I would like to thank you. I have to go because my brother just proposed to his girlfriend. He just proposed. I hope she said yes. I haven't gotten a text otherwise. So my brother is now engaged. I'm going to meet with my family to celebrate. I want to tell you where we're at on the GoFundMe. Ooh, we got a $100 donation. My man, Sandeepan. Sandeepan just gave us $100. Thank you, Sandeepan. We were a little sluggish there. You're getting us back to life. So we're now at $38,126. $38,126. Our goal for the end of the month is $45,000. So we got a little bit long ways to go to get to $45,000. But I know you guys, if you can, are going to donate and contribute. I also want to push one more time. Consider becoming a paid member of Status Coup. You could become a member as low as $5 a month. You could become a member as low as $10 a month. Think about what you spend $5 on a day, or think about what you spend $10 on a week. I promise you, this reporting, which is going to be the more funding we get through GoFundMe, through paid membership, reporting in the field, actually countering the propaganda that you're going to see from CNN, MSNBC, all these places, on candidates, on corporations. We are here to go after the status quo. And that's why we named ourselves Status Coup. So you can become a member, and that is how also we're going to get larger funding. If we're looking for larger funding from progressive sources, not plutocrats, not big Democratic Party donors, but they want to see that we are already have a successful level of support. And that starts with how many paid members do you have? How many YouTube subscribers do you have? All that stuff. So I really hope you'll consider it. We're trying to get to 165 members by the end of this month. Right now, we are at, we're at 119 members. So we got a little ways to go on membership. Try it out, $5 a month or $10 a month. And we will end today's live stream with, you get a full hour of Tommy Taihifi Bayless reporting to you in the dark. Ty did a video, it's almost an hour long. I think he defends me against the Kamala Harris bots. He defends me against the Kamala Harris bots who are literally insane, going after me, calling me racist and sexist because Kamala Harris, I had the audacity to post her donors. So Kamala Harris, I didn't tell Ty to do this. He did it all on his own. So here is Ty reporting. Not going to lie, Jordan, if you or Jen aren't streaming, I don't watch. Well, that's okay. Give Ty a chance. So I'll be back tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you for watching. And here's Ty to end our live stream for the day. You can still donate to the GoFundMe, Super Chat, and all those exciting things.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Okay, that's good. Right now it's about 5:52. I did a video earlier that was, I started at 5:30. I was damn near almost done, but there was crackling, and I don't know if it's going to be crackling throughout the video, and I don't want to edit this video, so Jordan can just have it. So I just want to do that one take because I'm like Jay-Z out here, you know what I'm saying? But every time you shoot something, word to the wise, always scan your frequency, especially if you're on a wireless, to make sure that you're not getting any interference. And also, what's good is to always, if you can see, there's a little twist right here. Let me put it against my shirt. There's a little twist right there. And what that does is keeps the rattling and ruffling sound if things start to move, it'll minimize it. I don't want to say it'll keep it away. It'll probably be a little different because, see how you can hear that. So that noise right there, that would be the ruffling sound. But you can go like that and not see much ruffling unless you hit it. But anyway, always scan your shit, especially when you're out in the field and you want to shoot something, always scan it, because once it's shot, you can't go back, baby. And if the sound is fucked, you fucked. So anyway, what I was mentioning earlier is this weekend, look, Zoe's woke. I need to go back to sleep. She like a little girl. Hold on. I want her to go back to sleep. So she just, sometimes at night, she'll get up and just lift her little head up and lift her body up and kind of look around, and she can go back to sleep or she can stay up. And at 5:30 in the morning, we don't want her to get up. She has the most energy. She got like the energy of 5 kids. I swear to God. Love her to death though. But she's a challenge. But anyway, I think she's asleep. I know her mother dead ass knocked out. I went to see this short documentary on Friday, and it was about the lack of menstrual padding, the period. It was called Period. It was about women in developing countries not having pads when they have their period. And I didn't know it was as widespread, and not even in developing countries, even here. A lot of women don't have access to padding for their periods. And I thought it was good. I'm like brushing through it. I was very elaborate in the last video, but what happened is I'm kind of don't want her to wake up. What happened is a guy, he won a Nobel Peace Prize for making these machines that would then make these like the old school pads that was like flat. I don't even know if they sell those anymore, like a flat pad. But what was amazing about the film though is that in addition to making these available for a lot of people in these developing countries, even though these are all like rural areas, they allowed the women to make them and then to sell them. So the money that they made from selling them, they got to keep. And one of the girls that was highlighted in the documentary was able to pay for police training, because this one was focused on India, and a lot of women, once they reach the age of where they can have children, they get married off or they get raped, and all these things happen. So this lady just, the idea of marriage to a lot of women there is just like, fuck that. And this lady wanted to become a police officer, strangely enough. But when you're oppressed, anything is better than the current state, you know what I'm saying? And for them, policing maybe is a better thing than it is here. So it'll be more appealing than marriage. That's amazing. I'd rather be a police officer than get married. Hey, y'all knew how old I was. I'm not married either. I feel you. But I thought it was a great documentary, and also the filmmakers there, I found out they all went to SCA, which is the School of Cinematic Arts at USC. It's the school that I graduated from at USC. And so, yeah, we got to talk and talk about some classes and everything that we all took. They graduated at 16, I graduated at 14. I didn't know them, but you still take similar classes. We were able to vibe on that. And also the cinematography and the sound design was amazing. It just made me want to step up the game on our documentary, what we're doing, and really spend more time on the sound and the sound transitions. It was just, for lack of a better term, and I don't think it could be a better term actually, is that it sounded like it was the sound was professionally edited, and it was like a film. And when I mean sound design, I'm talking about the audio. I'm talking about the music transitions, the ambient sound, like the environment sound, all of that. It was just amazing. And the filmmaker talked about how busy it is in India, how just there's so much noise, and you can be walking, all of a sudden you can almost get ran over by some bull carrying 10 tons of water or something. And he captured that, and I thought it was amazing. And yeah, it was great. So, you know, it inspired me to want to step up the game on the sound design on the film on Flint. But the film is coming together. I know Jordan brought it up a couple of times. He's watched the edit. I think he likes it. There's just a couple of more short edits. At the latest, the beginning of the month, February, it'll be done, sealed. I'm talking about picture lock, credits, everything done. Picture lock, you know, you do picture lock, then you do sound with, you know, independent things, you know, because you try to get things done. You're kind of doing sound simultaneously, but normally what happens is you lock the picture down. Pictures locked, and then they start to design the sound. I've been kind of designing the sound as I go forward, just because it's been a process. You know, I've been literally making a film that would normally take a year or so in a couple months. So that's kind of how it's been. That's why I've been MIA, so to speak. Yeah, but that was a great short film. I don't know the name of the documentary, but it's called Period. It's called Period. I just said it. So I was talking to Jordan. I was just looking at one of his videos, and I wanted to speak up on something. He didn't really want me to, like, he was like, you know, I didn't need to speak on it, but I wanted to speak on it. Not for the fact that people were calling him racist or anything. You're not going to escape those idiots. Like, you know, a lot of times online, if I disagree with you and, you know, just because I disagree with you, I'm racist. There are a lot of racists, and there's a lot of people that say racist things that don't even know that they're racist, but the things that they've been saying is nothing about race, and I think it dilutes the effect of it, so to speak. Just when racism is racism, I think you can disagree with someone, someone's policy, someone's interpretation of another person, some public figure, and they don't have to be racist. I don't even want to say necessarily have to be racist. I don't think they have to be racist. It's just it's disagreeing, and this specifically is disagreeing on policy. And I know, and when your argument is you're racist because we're talking about policy, and I'm gonna show you some of the tweets, then it becomes stupid. Not everyone was talking about race, and everyone was just talking about, no one was really arguing her stance and things like that. And I'm talking about Kamala Harris and Jordan's video on Kamala Harris. But they were just stating everything that progressives and everything say they hate about the Democratic Party. This was their argument. Now, the people that tweeted at him, I don't know if they're quote unquote establishment, they're quote unquote a part of the party, but obviously they're uninformed. You can easily tell. And sometimes you just gotta ignore it, but sometimes you gotta read it. If, you know, for me, I would ignore it because I'm just adjusting the sound. It's a little loud. I would, if I was Jordan, I would ignore it, but obviously, you know, part of Jordan's makeup is to engage the audience and address certain things, and he can't. When I say makeup, I don't mean like what he does for a living. It's his makeup. He can't just let something, he gonna ride it out, which is one of the things that I like about him. But I think sometimes you gotta pick your battles, and at some point, we all know he don't know how to do that at times, which backfires. But this battle, it was stupid. I would have just been like, you sound stupid. But at the same time, I probably, if it would have got to me, you know, certain things get to me, certain things don't get to me, they get to him. But if it would have got to me, I probably would have had the same reaction. I don't think this probably would have got, maybe it's because I was black. Maybe it's because I'm black. You know what I'm saying? Who knows? Because you can't call, I mean, you can call me whatever you want, but I've been through way too much to even allow, it doesn't penetrate anything, you know. But anyway, he did a video about, and just FYI, he kind of didn't want me to speak on it. And I'm like, I always want to jump in, like, you over there, like, handle it, because I'm a writer. No, I'm a writer, but in the best way possible. But that's funny that I had that reservation toward that. See, when I was growing up, a writer meant a lot more than what it means now. You know what I mean? So when I say it, I have to then step back and say, I mean it in the most positive of terms. It's just that I'll have someone's back, especially if I think it's wrong. And the comments here is wrong. My shoulder is killing me. I haven't been able to sleep. Right now it's killing me. I haven't been able to sleep for 3 days straight. The reason that I'm just shooting this right now is because I just slept last night. I fell asleep on the couch and then I ended up getting on the bed, but for 2 days straight, because when I lay down flat, it just hurts so bad that it keeps me up, and I'll just stay up. And since I've been editing, and I've been staying up all night, it's been kind of like a habit now, for just to be up, and I've been up. And this pain needs to go. It's one of the reasons why hopefully I'll see a doctor tomorrow to see what my options are not tomorrow, next week. See what my options are as far as the surgery, but I'm thinking about it, and I'm still maybe have to wait a couple months because I have to get money in order because, the healing process is about 2 months. I had shoulder surgery before on my other shoulder when I was in a motorcycle accident, and it took about a month and a half just for me to be able to raise up and put on a shirt. Before, I used to have to wear button up, and then one arm would just be inside my sleeve. Inside the shirt, because it hurt that bad and I couldn't lift it up. So the healing, I'm just making sure that this is good. The healing process takes a minute, so who knows. But anyway, I ride through it. You got to do like this. Who's that? I did acupuncture the other day. And she was like, go like this every now and again when it started. And it kind of hurts, but it makes it feel good. The other day I went swimming, and I remember someone on the live stream said, don't run, because my inclination is to run because I'm a runner. And I've been gaining a little weight because I haven't been running. And I want to run just because I want to, get my, you want to have yourself right. Just because I'm used to myself being right, and when you see yourself kind of not being right, where your body's not where you want it to be, you just, it makes you feel a certain way. So you always want to kind of be consistent. And I can't run because when I run, it agitates it, it agitates it, and then it's bucked. So I was swimming, doing working out, and then I'm gonna try to do some yoga. I signed up for this class, which is a month for $50. I signed up for 3 months ago, and I travel a lot. We travel a lot. We haven't traveled in a couple months, but normally we're traveling. So we wasn't. I hadn't been able to use it, and then my arm went out, so I didn't use it. So now I still have it. I'm gonna use that as a part of my healing process, and a part of just being able to stay active and doing something. I hate just not being able to do stuff. I ain't been to the club. No, I'm just kidding. I actually haven't. But anyway, let me get to this video. So, Jordan was talking about Kamala Harris and how he felt about her she's putting her bid in for the presidency, and he's talking, and he, obviously gave his opinion on how he felt about her running. And as you all know, he doesn't favor Kamala Harris. He thinks that she's not progressive. He thinks that she's being conveniently progressive, and even in that convenience is not the most progressive of the people that are running. That we think, I know Bernie Sanders hasn't said that he was running officially, but pretty much he is running. Who else is progressive? You have Tulsi Gabbard is running. She's hella progressive. There's a lot of progressive people that's going to be on the Democratic ticket that's running. And Kamala Harris is not the most progressive of them all. And I guess he started to get hit with a lot of different tweets about either him being racist or him being a Barney bro or him being whatever the fuck, right? But no argument on policy. And so that was my thing. I'm like, dog, y'all sitting here just making these general claims and these general statements, but you're not arguing on policy. Now, I can sit here and argue the fact that Jordan isn't racist, but that's just a fucking waste of time. I don't need to do that. If he was, I wouldn't be around him. And I don't say that in the sense of, sometimes people can have there was people that was saying things about Donald Trump when he first got into office, or when he first started running, he was saying all this stuff, but then people were like, well, I don't think he's racist. That's not my experience with him. There's nothing that he's displayed of racism. And anything that I felt, and it's not like that he didn't say some shit that was like, what the fuck are you talking about? That I'm like, you can't say that. And, people grow. And he did nothing crazy, but something that would just be deemed insensitive. I'm trying to think of this. I want to give you a good example of something that I thought could be taken the wrong way. That he was explaining something. It was like when we were with the Young Turks. He kind of said something. I'm like, what? That he was trying to explain what he meant, and I'm like, that still can be taken the wrong way, because I even took it the wrong way. So you gotta watch how you say things. So I say that to say that obviously he's could maybe come off as an asshole, but not as racist at all. Can definitely be an asshole, but racist, hell no. But like I said, I'm not gonna argue that fact. It is what it is, you know what I'm saying? I know what it is, and everyone else knows what it is. And people that would then bring in race when it don't need to be brought in is just assholes themselves, you know what I'm saying? Because it's a difference between being racial and being privileged. Being ignorant and being racist. You know what I'm saying? Those are different things. You know what I'm saying? You can be privileged and not realize some things, but not be racist. You know what I'm saying? You can be ignorant to some things, but not be racist. You know what I mean? So those are different things. And obviously, when I talk about privilege, I'm just talking about being able to maneuver in this world, not having to worry about certain things, and growing up only around maybe certain groups where you don't then have to, and those, certain groups where you don't understand the sensitivities towards those groups. And even as quote unquote, you wanting to be a progressive or liberal, I mean, even Bernie Sanders had some things he needed to work on as far as the black community and everything, but I think he acknowledged that, and I think he stepped toward that. You saw him even when the girls from Black Lives Matter came up, he gave them the mic. Hillary Clinton said, "Get the fuck out my face and shut up." You know what I'm saying? Whatever. It was my fundraiser. Get out, and the security escorted them out. I mean, you can tell by people's actions where they stand. At the same time, some people's actions are, I just about to contradict myself, because I think some people's actions are calculated. So, and it's not genuine, and you judge those things as well. But this, let me see, I'm gonna try to get to it. Some of the screenshots, I want to address some of these. I don't know if you guys can see it. You guys probably can't see it because I would have to go in and change I don't have it on, you can't see it, but I'm gonna read it to you. But it says, this is from Truth Slayer 2021. And this guy is responding to, matter of fact, let me just give you context and read George's tweets. That would probably be more appropriate, so then you can understand. But I think you guys, did I even get to Jordan tweets? Where's Jordan tweets at? Because it doesn't matter if you don't know what Jordan actually said. So let me just go to his tweets right quick. This is amazing.
Julian.
Here you go. Let's see what he said. I should have screenshot his tweets. I'm sorry I didn't do that. Didn't even think about it. Okay, here we go. It says, Kamala Harris set to announce her 2020 run on or around Martin Luther King Jr. Day. In 2 years in the Senate, majority of her donations have come from financial interests, including Wall Street, financial industry lawyers, and the real estate industry. Okay, I'll just mute this. I will play it for y'all, but like I said, Whitney and her daughter is asleep. Whitney is my girlfriend and her daughter is asleep, so I try my best not to wake them. I wish I could speed through this. You know what? I'm gonna put in my Ethernet so it'll be faster. Film noir look right here. This is like the film noir look. High contrast. I feel like I should be talking in a deeper voice and slow and saying tonight on Power 105.9 we're going to be playing the slowest jams, the old school hits, and all of your available favorites. Let's start off with R. Kelly, Bump and Grind. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know if you guys saw R. Kelly's documentary, the documentary that they have, I think it was Annie. It's crazy, man. It's crazy, for real. Black Girl Lives Matter. Black Girls Matter, I think that's the hashtag. It's crazy how we just ignored him, and even during the Me Too movement, like, he was just ignored. It's crazy. You gotta see the documentary. It's long as hell, and I don't even want to say it's a really good documentary. It just has a lot of information. You're just like, what? That happened? That happened? He did that too? It's crazy. But anyway, okay. In the summer, then he says, in the summer of 2017, just half a year into her term, Senator Harris met with Hillary Clinton's top donors in the Hamptons. I don't think they were there strategizing how to pass Medicare for all or free public college. What did he say? Because it's important to kind of say what he said, because, you know, how can you argue a point if you're only putting up what the critics say? You gotta put up what he said too. And, you know, the point is arguable. Like, you can argue this point, it makes no sense. But, I guess, in the consideration of time, I will just read those two. And it was another one, but you guys can look it up, and it's not egregious. I think what's more egregious is that someone would say the fact that he says Kamala Harris set to announce 2020 run or around on or around Martin Luther King Jr. Day. In 2 years in Senate, majority of her donations have come from financial interests, including Wall Street, financial industry lawyers, and the real estate industry. The second one says that it talks about, like, it shows her donations from law firms, 2,200,000, television, the movie industry, 1 million, women issues, you know, like Planned Parenthood, things like that, almost 1 million. Securities and interests, 770,000. Real estate, you know, about 500,000. and business services, about $500,000 as well. And then his last comment says, in the summer of 2017, just half a year into her term as senator, Harris met with Hillary Clinton's top donors in the Hamptons. I do not think that they were strategizing to pass Medicare for all or free college tuition or free public college, I'm sorry. And that's what he said. And I think that's his position and that's his argument. That's his position and that's his argument. Now, if your position and your argument is different, then put up that argument. Now, obviously, the whole, well, you can insinuate, no, that's not even true. I was about to say, him saying that she met with the donors in the Hamptons, they wasn't strategizing for Medicare for all, but you can insinuate from who Hillary Clinton is that they wasn't strategizing. We all know about Hillary and her donors and how much money and what she does and how she wants to have a private take on policy as well as a public take. Like, we know the dichotomy with her, so we don't need to act brand new like we're just coming upon this information. You know what I'm saying? So if you look at him saying that he met with her donors, well, I guess it's insane. I'm sure Hillary Clinton's donors is Hillary Clinton's top donors are probably a lot of other Democrat and Republican top donors as well. So maybe the fact of, but no one argued that fact. I don't even know why I'm bringing it up. But I was going to say maybe the fact of him pointing out that they're just her own donors alone. But, you know, they're her donors. So it's a true statement. And then, you know, he says the money that she took. Now, and then, you know, he talks about the money that she took. Now, if we have an argument, like I said, about policy, then we're going somewhere. One of the first tweets, let's see. One of the first tweets come from, oh no, I think the first tweet comes from, I don't know who the first tweet comes from, but I'm gonna just read the tweet. So it says, this is from Mohan Rausha. If I'm mispronouncing that, I apologize. Early childhood education is a real thing. I didn't have it. Running another white male candidate is running the same type of candidate. It won't work. I don't understand how one can claim to be progressive while calling POC dismissive names for trying to get the white majority to understand that racism is real. You don't get it. I don't know. I'm trying to get his argument. When did Jordan say racism isn't real? Regardless of what someone's comment is, when did Jordan say racism isn't real? That's what I'm saying. Like, come on now. Let's have an argument. You know what I mean? Like, we all know that racism is real and we all acknowledge it. I acknowledge it. And even if Jordan didn't acknowledge it, we would be clashing all that. I probably wouldn't even be working for him, but he does acknowledge it and he knows it. And you guys know he knows, like, this, it makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? Dismissive names. What name is dismissive that I just want to know what name is dismissive. Please help me understand. You know what? I'm gonna keep it 100 right quick with y'all. I need to find out what POC is, because calling POC, I'm like, who is POC? Because I wanna I need to know who POC is. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know what POC. I'm gonna look up the acronym right quick because I want to really focus my argument on POC. Nope. POC politics. Oh. Oh man. If I cared enough, I would erase that POC, people of color. First off, I'm not a millennial, so all these new goddamn acronyms are not in my lexicon. But that's funny as hell. It's almost a little, it almost makes me feel a way about it, POC. I'm thinking politics for people of color, so let's see. So running another white male candidate is running the same type of candidate. It doesn't work, it won't work. I don't understand how you can claim to be progressive while calling people of color dismissive names for trying to get the white majority to understand that racism is real. Okay, so I would love to understand what dismissive names he's using. Outside of, I know we had a conversation and he was talking about somebody was calling him racist. I thought that was absurd and I thought he should be offended by it. I'm saying if I were you, I would be offended. He wasn't offended. I'm saying I would. If I know I wasn't racist, you know what I'm saying? If someone is trying to grab a hold of my policy argument and say just because I don't embrace someone because they're a person of color, that I'm racist. And I'm really dictating everything by their policy. I think that's one of the bigger issues that we've always had. That's why you have the progressive movement moving the way that it's moving today, is because the reason that we were picking people, because the reason that we picked a neoliberal like Bill Clinton, you know what I'm saying, is because we're just part of the Democratic Party. We're just following people that's part of the Democratic Party. You know what I mean? To me, I feel like when it comes to Barack Obama, there was a lot of barriers in his way, period, point blank. You can't argue that fact if you try to, but at the same time, I don't think he was as courageous as he should have been. He didn't address any issues that had to do with black people because he was preoccupied with what someone would think about that. You know what I mean? And that bothered me because I got two brothers doing life in jail that's been doing life in jail since 1997 that haven't got out yet for a murder that they didn't do. And he tried to address criminal justice during his last 2 years, after he don't have the Senate or the House to even pass any meaningful legislation that will push something forward that will address sentencing, stay, and post. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you can't. That's frustrating for me. It's just frustrating for a lot of people I grew up with. I got a partner right now that's about to get. I just heard on Facebook, my partner Wajuba, he went to jail back when we was 18. He got caught with a burner that wasn't his, but it was in his car, and it was a body on it. He got caught for the murder. He'd been in jail since. When did I get out of juvenile hall? He'd been in jail since 1997 as well. He'd been in jail. He went like right before my brothers, but he'd been in jail since 1996 actually. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of people. You guys deal with it from afar, but there's a lot of people that got people that's dealing with this, the criminal justice system, and the reason that this thing goes and continues to goes on is because a lot of the policies that were introduced, a lot of legislation that became policy that was introduced by Democrats. If you don't believe me, look it up. A lot of our criminal justice policies right now in our system were introduced by Democrats who was preoccupied with a Republican's opinion about them being soft on criminal justice, on crime. And so they overcompensated. You know what I mean? So when Kamala Harris says, when she's a district attorney, that she don't want to allow certain things like having the community be able to review some of the police action. When you got a police officer that has hella complaints on them, that's been harassing a community, that she's like, I'm not in favor of the community being able to have a committee that can look at these, at the police behavior so we can address it. Then I think that's something that should be talked about. That's policy. That helps with criminal justice. That addresses an issue that's actually relevant and permeates throughout communities today. So if we can, now we can, if you got a counter argument to that, then we can have that discussion. But for you to then just say, I'm being dismissive of people of color because I don't agree with policy. I don't agree with policy. Come on. Because you're not even arguing policy. I don't disagree with her. It's hard for me to speak. I know a little bit more about her time as a district attorney and the things that she fought for and didn't fight. I mean, she fought for a lot of things with the juveniles, with recidivism and having programs and things like that, where the recidivism rate can go down, and it did under her watch. The statistics show that it did well. It was at 58%, went down to 10% during her first term. So, hey, that's great. And I give her that. So, my opinion and Jordan's opinion is different. I don't think she's as progressive though. You know what I'm saying? If she's in the general, I'm gonna vote for her. But if she's in the primary, not. There's a lot of more people that's way more progressive that are less preoccupied with how somebody feels. Because it's a difference between saying what you want to do and getting there and being able to do it. And we all know that because we experienced it with Barack. I'm sure Barack had great intentions. I know he did. I think his heart is great, but he had a lot of people that was going against him. He had the Republican Party saying, our whole intention in life right now for the next 4 years is to make sure he don't get a second term and that none of his policies pass, period. So when you got that type of stuff against you, it's hard to move forward. But you got to be courageous. I mean, look at the people that he fired in his first year because he was so preoccupied. One White House staffer that he fired, black lady, for no reason. For something he heard on the news and got so worried about PR, he fired her without even investigating it. Obviously, that was probably just his nerves. It was his first year being president. I'm sure isn't an easy job by far. I get that, but I'm telling you, if you got somebody coming in that's preoccupied with how somebody feel, and I look at, like I said, her record when she was in California, you know what I mean? And if you can not have something like, so this is what you're saying, I'm compromising with the police union, is really what you're saying. Yes, we're going to have more transparency, but we're not going to allow a segment or a different department where the actual community, we train people, we train the community, bring people in from the community intentionally to be able to look at that would have a more objective view and maybe sometimes subjective. Niggas are sick and tired of being harassed and beat by the police, whatever. You just gotta weed some of them out when you know, okay, maybe this person is being unfair because of how he's feeling, because of what he's been through. We need someone that's gonna be more objective to what the evidence is showing and not ignoring anything. And she went against that. What that tells me is that to some degree, you have, you're trying to compromise with the unions. And the unions, they never compromise with us. Black people been getting killed for years. You know what I'm saying? Hispanics been getting killed for years, but blacks more than anybody. And ain't no one ever vouched for us. No one ever tried to compromise with us. No one ever tried to walk in the community and say, you know what, let me try to get to know this community. Let's try to have some programs put together where we can actually engage the community so the police, so our police officers can start patrolling and securing safety versus making this a police state. Let me invest in this community. So then, my investment, no one wants a bad return on their investment. So if I'm investing in this community, guess what? Their success is good for me. You know what I'm saying? No one was doing that. No one was compromising with us. But based on her voting in California and the things that she fought for and didn't fight for, it seemed that she was compromising. And we didn't get that same consideration. So there's things like that. And I don't want to spend too much time with them, almost probably at an hour, but there's a lot of things that we can look at, you know. But my main thing is argue policy. Like, there's dumb shit on here. It's one other thing that it says, this, what a Helen Noble. This is hardly as shock as those are the people who have the money. Okay, so you're assuming that those are the people who have money, whatever. You can assume that. That's fine with me. That's not, and I don't give a good goddamn. She is the most progressive U.S. senator. She's smart and quick in debates. Her experience is solid, and her being black on a black woman is icing on the cake. Her being a black woman is icing on the cake if she was the most progressive U.S. senator. She's not, period. You know what I'm saying? I think she's hella smart, obviously. I was able to interview her sister off the record when I worked for the Turks, and they had in Vegas, the Democratic Party and the Progressive Wing, I guess, had that little unity thing that they were doing. I was able to talk to her sister for a while. But I see her sister is extremely smart as well. But yeah, she's very smart, very experienced, and I don't think anyone's taking that. But the most progressive, that's what we're looking for. You know what I mean? What argument do you want to have? Think about that. What argument do you want to have? Or is it, okay, so let's exit. So that's just not factual. That's not the truth. Most progressive U.S. senator, that's just not the truth. So we can eliminate that part. If you want to argue the fact that she's smart, quick in debates, and very experienced, of course. To say her experience is solid, it depends on your definition of solid. If your definition of solid is a voting record, I can argue that point. So we can have a debate on that. But let's have that argument and debate, and don't try to bait me by saying maybe I'm misogynist or something like that, instead of just having this debate about it. And her being a black woman is icing on the cake, period. But I'm not gonna even go there, because I can go there right now. I'm not gonna even go there. You know, everyone wants to be a savior to black people. We got it. And meaningless observations. And that's not to say that we don't need allies and alliances. I think we definitely, everything that's happened has been people coming together. You know, but gotta know when and when not to step in. That's not to say that you can't have an opinion. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to be misunderstood. Cool, now we can find Bernie's tax returns. Yes, find Bernie's tax returns. I think it's all good. Like, if Bernie has some issues, air him out, point him out. If he's a fraud and he's a lie, point him out. I haven't seen it yet, but point him out. Because we want the most progressive. Niggas, people are sick and tired of this. Sick, just really, we're just sick and tired of the, you know, the same job as usual. I say usual. You know, we're sick and tired of it, and people are frustrated and they don't want to do it anymore. You know what I'm saying? And for people to continue to blindly follow someone, that's why we're in the position that we're in right now. Because people just blindly followed Donald Trump. Obviously, no political person would say, so you felt he was genuine. You couldn't see that he just lied a day ago. You know what I'm saying? If you was paying attention, you can see. But anyone can understand the appeal. You try to lying politicians, and now you got someone that seems like he's genuine because he's just saying off the cuff shit. That's how we get that, because we blindly follow. Do we want to still blindly follow? Do we really? You know what I'm saying? Just because they're a Democrat, or just because they say that they're progressive? Let's look at their record. Let's look at it. You know what I'm saying? At least with Barack, I think he was who he was. I think what happened is once he got in the job, obviously he found out the job is bigger than he thought. And he had a whole lot going against him. So that's my personal opinion. I just think we don't really realize what the job takes until you get there. And then you don't realize, like, there's no room. To me, you can compromise on some things, but you don't have to compromise on everything. And I think if it's up to you to have to push everything through your first 2 years, push them through certain things that just shouldn't be, we don't need moderation on. We just don't. Criminal reform, we don't need moderation on. Social inequality, we don't need moderation on. That shit been going on since, it's been going on since Reconstruction. And I only say Reconstruction because that was the only time that we could legally get paid. So it's been going on since Reconstruction that we've been trying to get income equality. You don't think we've been moderate enough? We need to be revolutionary. You know what I'm saying? Moderation is not a virtue. We need to be extreme. We've been waiting too long. People count just the 60s as we've been waiting since the 60s. That's not true. During Reconstruction, there was civil rights. There was a civil rights bill. The civil rights bill that passed in the 60s and in the 60s and 70s. Those civil rights bills that was signed into law by LBJ, and I think Nixon signed a couple into law. Like those things were introduced, and I think in either 1855 or like 1820. Initially, like the first time. It's either one. It's either introduced right before Reconstruction, right before the Civil War, or like during like the 1820s, if I'm not mistaken. But it was introduced again, during Reconstruction as well, by a black senator. But it had been introduced prior by someone else, another black senator, like the first black senator. And they were Republican. This was when the Republican Party was saying that they were a part of, and they introduced civil rights. So it took almost 100 years for legislation and law to get on the books, that ever since it got on the books, they've been trying to pass laws to eradicate it. Everything that's been passed that has to do with income inequality is to eradicate what income increase we have, to eradicate any civil rights legislation. I'm in my head. I'm trying to think of. Shoot, I can't even think of the word right now. But what I'm saying is that, we're done with moderation. You know what I'm saying? We're done with I'm tired of taking steps. Because if we continue to take steps now, guess what? We're going to be saying, our grandkids are going to be saying this. It's all in moderation. Progress takes time. Nah, it don't. It don't. Some progress don't have to take time. If that was the case, it would have took time to pass the crime bill. If that was the case, it would have took time to pass the legislation that Democrats passed back in '89 when they made conspiracy law, where if someone just says, oh, I sell dope for Ty, then Ty is going to jail, and with no evidence, I can be convicted because it's a conspiracy law. You know what I'm saying? That didn't take time. You saying it don't take time for me to lose weight, but it take time for me to it don't take time for me to gain weight, but it take time for me to lose weight? Come on now. It take time for both. It may seem like I gain weight faster than I lose it, but it take time to gain weight as well. For me, for sure. If you pay attention to it, it take time. You just wasn't paying attention to the time. You started paying attention to the time when you wanted to lose the weight. That's why it seemed so long. You know what I'm saying? It's like being in jail. When you in jail and you in pretrial and everything, time just going, especially once you get used to being in jail and you get used to day minutia of just being in jail, you get used to it, time just going and going. Once you get sentenced and you get your time, you know, when you're getting out, time stops. Because you focused on that date, period. It's just perception. You know what I'm saying? That's why it seems like losing weight takes more time than gaining it. Nah, when you was gaining it, you just wasn't paying attention. So why can something get passed that can hold me back, but then something that can push me forward is going to take time? Tired of the BS, man. Peace.